Okay, members, I'm sorry about this, but we have slight technical problems here this morning in that none of us can actually get into our papers. So I'm going to open and adjourn the meeting until we can either get paper copies printed or we can get back online. Hopefully it won't take too long. I do apologise for the delay this morning. So we'll just adjourn until we can get this sorted out quickly. Yeah, but we still can't read the reports or anything. So, yeah, I know. We'll see what we can do. Give us 10 minutes. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome along to this morning's interrupted BCP Council meeting for the Planning Committee. I'm Councillor Kelsey, and it's my job to chair this morning's meeting. Firstly, my sincere apologies for keeping you all delayed here today. We have managed to get the report up for the first item on the agenda, which is the Southbourne Roads Crossroads, so we will move on with that. But first of all, I'll pass over to Democratic Services to read out the housekeeping rules. Thank you. Thank you, Jill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It'll be myself, Joe Tyler, doing the housekeeping. Thanks. Please note that this meeting of the Planning Committee is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the Council's website for a minimum of 6 months. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although ultimate discretion in this matter lies with the Chairman in case of disruption. Please could everyone present follow these ground rules. Only speak when invited to by the Chairman. Please use the microphones on your desk when speaking, and please remember to turn them off when you are finished. If accessing the meeting via Microsoft Teams, please turn on your video function when invited to speak. Again, if you are accessing via Teams and would like to speak on an item, please do so by using the Raise Your Hand feature in the bar at the top of the Teams window. When voting on a move, the Chairman will call out each committee member's name in a roll call style and will ask the member to respond with a vote for, against, or abstain. For those in the room, if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the ground floor of the multi-storey car park. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Joe. I will now ask each person participating in the meeting to state their name and role, or the Chairman can just run through. I think I will actually just run through these this morning to try and catch up on a bit of time. You've all been sat here far too long with nothing happening. So on the panel this morning, we have myself, Councillor Kelsey, we have Councillor Johnson, Barron, Bartlett, Councillor Davies, Deadman, Farquhar, Hilliard, Lawton, Stribley, Lepedevin, O'Neill and Councillor Trent. We also have several officers with us today, including Artemis to my right and Jill Tyler to my left. We also have several planning officers that will be in and will introduce themselves as they move forward. So first item on the agenda is apologies. Do we have any apologies, please, Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we've received apologies from Councillors Peter Hall, Simon McCormack and Simon Bull, and with item 2 substitute members, Councillor Bob Lawton is substituting for Councillor Hall and Councillor Leslie Deadman is substituting for Councillor McCormack. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Members, declarations of interest, please, on this item. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. I am predetermined on agenda item 6A.
Councillor Farquhar, that doesn't matter because you can't take part in it anyway as you didn't attend the site visit last week.
I understand that, Chair, but you asked for declarations.
Yeah, but you're not taking part. Anyone else, please? Councillor Trent?
Yeah, I know 2 of the objectors to the first item on the agenda.
Thank you. And Councillor Davies?
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't able to attend the site visit, but I wish to speak as the ward councillor, and I will then remove myself from this meeting.
That's fine. Thank you for that. Thank you very much, members, for those. And then we will move on to minutes. Do members agree to me signing the minutes of the previous meeting? Thank you. And public issues. After the officer's presentation on each application, we will hear public speakers, followed by any ward councillors who wish to speak. Please note that I have decided on this occasion for item 6A to exercise my discretion. The normal speaking time is 5 minutes for total. I've allowed 15 minutes, which means that 6 people can speak on the subject, and the objectors or the applicants get the whole 15 minutes. So because there is only the 2 of them to speak on this one. So we'll move forward with item 6A, which is Southbourne Crossroads. Before we do, I realise this is a controversial application. I will ask that the room are polite to each other, no barracking. When one person is speaking, I really don't want to hear anyone else trying to cut in above them. If that happens, I will stop the meeting and clear the room, and we will just go into a private session and hear it from there. So please be polite to everyone's points of views. I know not everyone is in agreement with everyone, but this is just the way planning goes. So we'll try and keep it as friendly as possible. Thank you. So can we move on to Southbourne Crossroads, please, Julie?
Sorry, just getting my technology.
You gave me a fright then. I thought we were going to have
It's fine. Can you see the presentation?
No, we can't, Julie. Sorry.
Oh,
And can you speak up a bit, Julie? We're struggling to hear you here.
right. Just bear with me. Can you see it now?
We can. Thanks, Julie.
Okay. Okay, so this application relates to the Southbourne Crossroads car park. It is a long linear site with a frontage to Southbourne Coast Road and the roundabout which links to Southbourne Overcliff Drive. It's situated to the south of St Catherine's Road. The car park and road layout were developed in around 1960 and included a small section of the site shown here, which was retained as formal landscaping to address the street and roundabout. This area more recently has been utilised by local residents as community garden, although I've been advised that no formal consent has ever been given for this. So the proposed development comprises 4 blocks of 27 flats in total, and these are made up of 3 one-bedroom flats, 22 two-bedroom flats, and 2 three-bedroom flats. 29 car parking spaces are provided beneath blocks B and C in the central area of the development, and all blocks will have their own recycling and refuse storage and cycle storage. This is a street scene diagram of the development. So the top shows the street scene from Southbourne Coast Road, and the bottom from St Catherine's Road Terrace. Some photos of the site. So this is looking from the roundabout towards the site and then looking at the western part of the car park. And then these are looking more towards the east, so you can see the development on the eastern side of the terrace and the car park. So we've had over 640 objections received. The main issues relate to the loss of the car park, the loss of the community garden, and the impact on neighbouring residential properties. The car park generally has not been well used for the majority of the year, except for a limited number of days when it's hot and sunny in summer months when it is busy. This has been the situation for some time. The car park was declared underutilised and surplus to requirements on the 26th of April in 2017 by Bournemouth's Cabinet. It was agreed at that meeting that the car park should be disposed of and offered on the open market as a redevelopment opportunity. The applicant was a successful bidder, and he is engaged in lengthy pre-application process with the local planning authority, and a significant number of changes have been made, particularly in relation to concerns about the impact on neighbouring residential properties. So these are some photos of the community garden area. As I've already said, this area originally was formal landscaping, and there are some small palm trees still on the site, which I believe is from that time. In 2011, a short-term agreement was entered into with local residents to keep this land tidy, which formed part of a wider borough initiative to encourage pride in the local area. This agreement lapsed, however, and then aerial photographs show the land was mostly covered in shingle in 2012. In around 2014 or 2015, from what I can gather from aerial photographs, a small wooden boat and sculpture, which is shown in these photos, you can see the sculpture in this photo, were added to the site, and more extensive cultivation was carried out, I believe, by the local community. Although, as I've already stated, I've been advised that this was not with formal consent from the council. In 2016, an access gate was added, which can be seen on this photo, which has enabled public access. A number of the objections have raised concern about the loss of this space and the fact that it has been used throughout the pandemic by local residents. But it should be noted when assessing the application that this use has not formally been changed and the authorised use remains an area of landscaping associated with the original car park. It should also be noted at this point that this part of the site was included in a survey back in 2007 by Dorset Wildlife Trust, and it was designated as part of the wider Bournemouth Cliffs Site of Nature Conservation Interest. An ecological impact assessment was requested from the applicant, which was carried out by a qualified ecologist. The survey found that none of the plant species previously identified that led to designation of the site as SNCI are now present on the site due to the changes that have occurred, such as laying of grass and artificial grass. Dorset Wildlife Trust and the Council's Biodiversity Officer have both advised that the habitat would no longer meet SNCI designation criteria. It's also worth noting that surveys carried out as part of the ecological impact assessment found no evidence of protected species at the site. In addition to this, concern has been raised about the impact on house sparrows which frequent the site. There are bird feeders within the community garden that can be seen on the photo. The survey concluded that whilst the site provides foraging ground and there are possible nesting sites within the shrubs, no evidence of nests was found, and it was likely that the birds were nesting in surrounding buildings. The developer has offered to provide suitable nest boxes on the proposed building in the form of 4 swift bricks and 4 sparrow bricks, which both can be utilised by sparrows, and this is to mitigate the loss of the habitat. The developer is also proposing a brown roof, seed and green roofs and bee bricks on site, and a contribution of £10,187.75 towards improvement to the wider SNCI. The remaining main issue with this site that's been raised by residents is impact on residential properties. This plan shows you the height of the building, so you'll see the green is 4 stories. The beigey colour is 3 stories, pink is 2 stories, and white 1-storey development. The particular issues raised relate to proximity of the development, loss of daylight and sunlight, impact on views, and value of the properties. At this point, I would say impacts on views and value of properties are not something that can be taken into account in assessing a planning application, as they do not constitute material planning considerations. In terms of proximity, the developer has worked with the council to amend the design to take account of these existing properties, particularly the properties on the eastern part of the terrace, which have a lot of extensions and terraces and balconies which have been added over time. The development has been reduced in bulk and the top floors set back to accord with the residential guidance, the residential guidance within the council's design guide, which states that back-to-back distances for 2 to 3 storey properties with living rooms should be a minimum of 21 metres, and back-to-back distance for 2 to 3 stories, without living rooms is 21 metres, with living rooms is, or 4 stories, should be 25 metres. And Block C, which is this one here, comprises duplex apartments, which could be capable of providing small family accommodation, and these have terrace gardens in this area here, and this has helped to reduce the impact because it means that this part, the 3-storey part of the building, has been set back, and the height at this part of the development here is about 1.5 stories to the top of the wall surrounding the terrace. Block D has been reduced to 2-storey and single-storey to take account of the development here, including terraces on this side here. With regards to daylight and sunlight, as part of the application process, I received a daylight and sunlight report from both the applicant and from on behalf of the residential properties within the terrace. The findings of the report that in terms of overshadowing and sunlight, there was negligible harm. But 3 flats were identified as having moderate harm to the amount of daylight to windows. And the 3 flats in question are the ground floor flat of number 7 here, the ground floor flat of number 9, and the first floor flat of number 9. At number 9, the first floor flat was only slightly below the requirements of the BRE guidelines. And the guidelines, oops, sorry, I didn't mean to move on. The guidelines actually state that they should just be part of the consideration for planning, and they're not strictly required to be abided by. The ground floor flat, 2 of the windows were slightly below the guidelines, but the fact that they are within a bay that's served by more than 1 window, and the ratio of light was only slightly below compared with the existing, means that they would not be significantly below the guidelines. The ground floor flat at number 7 is more significantly affected, but taking account of the unusual open nature of the site at the moment compared with a normal urban setting, it is considered the level of harm would be less substantial. There's no harmful overlooking from the development due to the design with living rooms generally on the front of the development and limited windows on the rear, only serving bedrooms. The scale of the development is considered to be in keeping with surrounding development, which is generally of a 3 to 4 storey height. It's considered that the use of white render and copper detailing successfully articulates the building, providing vertical detailing to break up the horizontal nature of the site. And reasonable gaps help to break up the bulk. The development would utilise ground source heat pumps for heating and hot water, and photovoltaic panels will be installed for communal lighting. The recommendation for approval is a balanced conclusion taking account of the planning merits of the scheme. The development would contribute towards the existing shortfall of housing and provide a contribution of £70,000 to affordable housing within the borough, and would make use of an existing underutilised brownfield site. Set against that, however, are the considerations in terms of loss of parking, loss of NCTI, and impact on residents. The loss of the underused car park that has been declared certain to be outweighed by the need for housing. The loss of the SNCI has been demonstrated to be suitably mitigated. The impact on residents in terms of reduction in daylight levels to the 3 flats, as explained, is not considered to be sufficiently harmful to warrant refusal of the application. Therefore, the recommendation to approve is a balanced view taking account of all the relative material planning considerations, and when read as a whole, the proposal is considered to accord with local development plan policies.
Thank you, Julie. Mr. Tyler.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We have 6 individuals who wish to address the committee in objection to the report, and I shall call on them in the following order. Mary McGovern, David Bedford, Joanna Crutcher, Aviran Royven, Cecil Trinasar, and Simon Truick. The first objector, Mary McGovern, has submitted the following statement. This garden space was given to the community in approximately 2009. Volunteers have attended it since then. It has been hard work at times as water, so we had to bring our own in warm weather. No access to electricity, so we borrowed a battery-operated lawnmower at times and also cleared the rubbish as needed. A jilt with garden gnomes put in place and a bug hotel along with bird feeders. Garden slabs were laid to make a safe pathway. We have done our best over the past 10 to 11 years. If anyone thinks it looks a bit sad and neglected, this is due to the uncertainty of the future planning application to build 27 flats on the nearby car park and also to take away the community garden. The birds are a regular feature and many nest here. There is lots of opposition against the plans. Please, Council, leave our space alone as 2009. It is an interesting area with a wonderful view. Don't take it away. That's the end of the first statement in objection, Mr. Chairman, and I would call upon Mr. David Bedford, who wishes to give his statement in person. Thank you.
Really? Good morning, councillors. Sorry, am I too loud? My name is David Bedford. I'm the owner of the piece of land which lies between the proposed development, Block A, and number 5 St Catherine's Road. The land has been in my family's ownership since the 1930s and registered at the land registry since the 1990s. I note Julie Annington made no reference to it in her presentation of a few moments ago. On June 1st, 2021, I wrote to the case officer to express my concerns that the proposed development appeared to incur onto my land, with the indicative street scene plan drawing number 18/2021, showing the footpath retained and widened to 3 metres as requested by the local authority, as well as some landscaping. If this is the case, then the appropriate notice should have been served on me by the applicant, but this has not happened. Furthermore, neither the council nor the predecessor authority has at any time sought or obtained my family's consent to construct and maintain a footpath across our land. Indeed, in July 2012, the predecessor authority removed fence and steel posts from across the front of the site to construct the current footpath. At a meeting in the autumn of 2012, the predecessor authority admitted that they had not realised that the land was owned by the Bedford family and had authorised the works in error. I have written to the case officer many times about my concerns and as yet have not received any response. I'm now left with no other option than to raise this matter directly with you today and to state quite clearly that no footpath between the development and St Catherine's Road can legally be constructed across my land. I have made a pre-planning application, PRE 6417, to build 3 flats on my site. This was registered in July 2021, and again, I have yet to receive a response from the case officer, who is incidentally the same case officer for the car park scheme. My solicitor wrote to BCP on 23rd of December 2021, raising all my grievances about both the planning application for the car park, my pre-planning application, and the lack of response to my letters. There has been no response to his letter. I am disappointed to note that your case officer's report fails to address my legitimate concerns, and I'm therefore left with no choice but to request that development should either be refused in its current form or deferred to allow the matter to be properly addressed by both the council and the applicant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Turn your mic on, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We now have a Ms. Joanna Crutcher on behalf of the local community group who wishes to address the committee in person. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. I'm Joanna. I live at 33 St Catherine's Road and have done for over 5 years. During that time, the area has become incredibly popular. The car park is much used and needed, and with BCP's plans to develop tourism and the bistro site just down the road, the demand is only going to increase. Removing the car park will increase the congestion and illegal parking, as there has been for the past few years, and cause even more danger to pedestrians. Many residents, including myself, have to pay to use the car park, especially from May to October, as the free coast road parking and all the nearby roads are constantly full. The new flats will create even more traffic. With 27 flats and 29 flat spaces, what about those with 2 cars and families? And what about their visitors? Where will we all park? We can't all use the Coast Road, and St Catherine's Road has a 1-hour parking limit. What about the dog walkers, the swimmers, the surf lifesavers, and the RNLI teams that all use that space? And what about the airshow spectators? A 20k bus stop won't be any use to any of them. This will affect the Pilates studio that wasn't mentioned in that report, and the cafes, and they won't survive without the visitors, and they'll have to close when the building starts because of the dust and all the noise. The development also goes against BCP's big plan, which states we want to support a high standard of amenity for residents and future occupiers, considering levels of sunlight, privacy, and whether a development is overbearing or oppressive. But this new build is 4 stories high, has overlooking balconies, right into my window, causes loss of sunlight, and it destroys our community garden. But the big plan recommends protecting existing community facilities unless it can be proved they're no longer needed or can be provided elsewhere. And no one has proved that the garden or the car park are not needed, but we can prove that they are. And despite over 600 objections, neither are being preserved or replaced. It makes no sense. 70k won't even buy a garage, yet the car park supports local businesses throughout the year. I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm crying. It's essential for residents and visitors and tourists. We're really proud of our community and we want to make something of it. So help us to do that. Please don't destroy it all for a short-term gain. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. The next public statement is from Mr. Aviran Royven, and I have his statement to read out. Dear Committee, I am writing to object to this planning application. I know the site well and wish to object strongly to the developments of these 27 flats in this location for the following reasons. Number 1, highway safety, the nearby busy roundabout. Number 2, traffic generation from the developments itself. Number 3, noise and disturbance resulting from the use of these flats. Number 4, loss of natural light to the extent that we don't get natural light to see by. Number 5, loss of privacy and potential overlooking. Number 6, loss of informal green space and open land. The last 2 years of the coronavirus pandemic taught all of us how important green space is. If you are to take away the car park, which I believe is a mistake, it will be valuable to have a green space for the current residents rather than bring more residents into an already populated part of town and reduce the green space available. Number 7, this car park is vital, especially in the spring and summer months. Without it, tourists and beach users are going to be parking in our roads, which are already busy enough. This results in more traffic, which is dangerous, as well as us, the residents, lacking in-car parking space. BCP got rid of too many car parks over the years, as well as increased the parking fees. If parking fees would have been lower, I have no doubt that more people would use this car park regularly. Overall, I feel that the erection of 27 flats is not in the best interest of the residents of St Catherine's Road, Southbourne, and I strongly urge you to reconsider your decision. End of the statement. And Mr. Chairman, we have another written statement in objection from a Ms. Cecile Trisonar, and I will read it as it is written. Dear Planning Committee, I am in strong rejection for the above plans. More than ever now, we need to preserve our green spaces from the onslaught of glass and concrete. This precious corner of green may not look like anything but potential for an astute money-making developer, but it offers much more than these myopic views. We have a beautiful sea, yes. Sadly, the view from the cliff top seriously compromised by a goat fence that protects a dozen goats and restricts the beauty from the thousands that flock here. Side note, whoever sanctioned the fence, and really could they not have put in 1 metre south, which would have protected goats and not restricted vision? No common sense at all. Anyway, back to the other destructive activity. Destroying green spaces. I thought that Bournemouth was all for protecting, enhancing and creating green spaces. So why take this tiny, pleasurable garden of the first flowers of the spring, the poppies of summer and the late autumn blooms and destroy it? Do we really need 27? Yes, 27 flats. For whom? They are going to be tiny and cramped and on top of each other and on a street roundabout with all of the pollution. And they will block up the roads and clog up the doctors, which, by the way, already take 2 weeks to get an appointment. And what of the flowers and the insects and the oxygen? Yes, oxygen. I came to the coast as I could no longer breathe in London as they cut down the trees and put in unaffordable high-rise housing. I came to Southbourne because of its balance and its air. For goodness sake, stop with all this building. Put the money into making Bournemouth look beautiful. Give it a scrub. We do not need more people for our services and our schools. We do not need the glorious space of flowers and insects and wildlife creatures to be replaced by ugliness. Who wants ugliness in this ugly world? Why make something beautiful ugly? Why destroy? We need space, we need green, and we need wild. We do not need high-density flats in our area, bringing the quality down and lowering our house prices and quality of life. I love the green space. My neighbours love the green space. Who doesn't love the green space? Please, I'm begging you, do not destroy that which God has given. Thank you. And that is the end of that statement. And finally, Mr. Chairman, we have a Mr. Simon Truick to speak in person on behalf of the St Catherine's Road residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm Director of Planning at Intelligent Land Planning Consultants and representing local residents in St Catherine's Road. It's very important in this application that the Council draws a clear distinction today between its role as landowner and its position as planning authority. The latter should fairly and impartially consider whether the advantages of this proposal outweigh its impact. Local residents, as you've heard, clearly consider the application to have unacceptable impacts. The development directly affects around 20 residential properties through its dominance and loss of light to habitable rooms. It removes a 78-space public car park with no transport assessment whatsoever to model the displacement of that parking or estimate percentages of trips likely to be undertaken by alternative modes. The applicant's transport report is not fit for purpose. It merely accepts the premise, and I quote, that the council have determined that the car park is underutilised and agreed that it can be sold off. Yet this decision, as we see in paragraph 32 of your officer report, is clearly based on asset value to the council, not on any transport assessment. Put simply, you as a committee do not have sufficient information before you to conclude what the transport impact of this proposal is. The development sweeps away entirely a piece of open space used as a community garden for a decade. The officer report does not even cross-refer to planning policies on open space or community facilities. And the benefits of this proposal are apparently to deliver much needed housing. The average household income in the BCP area currently is approximately £33,500 per annum, giving a mortgage capacity of around £151,000, perhaps £200,000 with a substantial deposit. This development will provide luxury flats at a likely price based on current comparables of between £725,000 and £900,000, 22 to 26 times average BCP household income. Hardly a significant benefit of much needed housing, as summarised in your officer report. In return, the development secures a financial contribution of £70,000 towards affordable housing, insufficient to provide even one unit. It is said, in summary, that the Council's lack of 5-year housing land supply and under-delivery tilts the balance in favour of this development. In fact, lack of housing supply makes it all the more important that you approve developments which meet identified needs for housing, not, as in this case, removing public parking, diminishing light from residents' homes, sweeping away a community space to provide homes which almost no one in the BCP area will afford. So, members and chairman, I thank you for your time, and my clients respectfully request that this development is refused.
Thank you, Mr. Tripp.
Thank you, Chairman. Now for the statements in support of the application. We have Mr. Eddie Fitzsimmons, the applicant, who wishes to speak in person. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Planning Committee. I am Eddie Fitzsimmons, Director of the Beer Estates Limited. I welcome your officer's recommendation to approve this application. I want to take this opportunity to personally thank the case officer, Julie Arlington, who has diligently, professionally and efficiently dealt with this application. It has taken some considerable time to get to this stage and an enormous amount of hard work from your case officer, ourselves and the LPA. And as such, it would be remiss of me not to expand on the journey so far. As the case officer has explained, this site was designated to surplus to requirements in a Cabinet meeting on the 26th of April 2017. The notes of the executive summary are as follows, and I quote, Southbourne Crossroad Car Park is a pay and display car park with 78 spaces. It is underutilised and operates at a loss. They then give some background details. The Southbourne Crossroad Car Park, shown edge red on the plan appended to the report, is located on the north side of Southbourne Course Road, behind the shops at Southbourne Crossroads. It is not well used by customers visiting these shops who tend to prefer the convenience of on-street parking. There is also on-street parking along the south side of Southbourne Course Road, which caters for the needs of the beach users on all but the busiest days during the year. As a consequence, this car park is empty or near empty for most of the year and operates at a loss. It then backs it up with some of the summary of the financials. The car park generated a loss of over £5,000 in that year. The income equated to £79 per space. By comparison, the busiest seafront car parks outside the town centre generate between £1,000 to £2,000 per space. It wasn't, or indeed it isn't, sustainable as a car park. In 2018, the latter part of 18-19, we agreed to purchase the site from the local authority. And most important, we had actually agreed to enter into a partnership performance agreement, a PPA, with the local authority. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the PPA, it is essentially a partnership agreement where we agree to work with the local authority on all aspects of the project. The following departments are involved: the case officer, the transport development manager, the principal design planner, the urban design officer, the case team, the development manager's team leader, the head of planning, senior solicitor, environmental health, flooding and drainage, land stability consultant, waste and recycling, and the housing officer. Each one of those departments and each one of those areas within the council have a substantial influence on this application. For nearly 3 years, various meetings have taken place with the above members. Each member of that team provides input to the design and gives their professional advice. As a result of this application, it has been amended 7 times. We spoke to every single member of that team over the last 3 years, took their advice on board, changed the mast, the height, the bulk. We changed it down to 1 storey, 2 storey, put 7.5 metre gaps within it, looked at the green space, the sustainable use, the ground source pumps. And as a result, the architect designed it 7 times. That clearly demonstrates that we worked tirelessly with your officers, listened to their concerns and amended the plans accordingly. It really has been a partnership. I don't plan to go over the various objections today. I think the case officer has diligently explained this application in detail. The level of detail, as you've seen in her report, I'm sure you've read it, is very, very impressive. It covers all objections. But just to give an example of how far she actually scrutinised, the right of a light, for example, she didn't just scrutinise the building, she took the time to look at each building, each window. Is it a bathroom? Is it a toilet? Is it a lounge? Is it a corridor? And she actually scrutinised each window in each flat. And as you've read in her report, from a planning perspective, now key that, from a planning perspective, there are no issues. As we carried out a full PPA, all the relevant consultants have been involved from the beginning and have substantial influence on agreeing the submission in front of you today. The application brought before you today will be a flagship development. Southbourne is going through an excellent period of regeneration. The seafront is receiving substantial investment. This development, together with the new Bistro on the Beach catering facilities, will bring circa of £20 million of investment to this area. Local contractors, local suppliers, local tradesmen, they all benefit. The current facility is sadly depressing. It's run down, it's in a very bad state of repair, and statistics confirm it's underused and loss-making. In my opinion, it's an eyesore. This is a fantastic opportunity to bring much needed regeneration to this area. The design will enhance the area. This is a great use of what is effectively a brownfield site. And more important, it's a brownfield site in an area where the 5-year housing supply is woefully short. I think we've got 2.3 years ahead of us and 5,000 shortfall of homes. We have an enormous amount of interest in this development, and it's not from people outside the area, it's from local people within the area as well. People who wish to remain in the area, people who are ready to now downsize. This feeds the economic cycle, contrary to what one of the objectives actually says. Those people downsize, they move from 3 and 4 bedroom houses, then young families buy their houses, and it's ongoing. That's the economic cycle that we have to encourage. So therefore, it's imperative that we strive to meet our local housing supply. I'm very proud of the final design. It's been a journey. To summarise, it will enhance the area, and bring much needed jobs and investment, and more importantly, it will contribute to the local housing supply. Thank you for your time, and I trust that you'll support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I'm not mistaken, that is the only statement in support of this. But we do have the 2 ward councillors who wish to address the committee. So depending on which ward councillor would like to go first, we have both Eddie Coop and Malcolm Davies. Yeah,
I think we'll have Councillor Davies first. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. In Southbourne, and I've said this before in this committee, we need homes for families, not flats. We've got 2 excellent schools in the area, St Peter's and St Catherine's, and parents would love to move into Southbourne, but there just isn't the availability of family homes there. And I think we're talking about homes for to improve the housing stock. Well, next door to this site is a block of flats called Latitude West. It's a block of 20 flats, and only 5 of those flats are residential. All others are holiday homes. And if you look at the electoral register, the whole of the Coast Road, this is replicated. If you look at all those blocks of flats, there's huge numbers which are not residents of Bournemouth, they're just second homes. We're talking about as well the loss of the parking spaces, and as has been said, there's the huge development with the bistro on the beach, and that at the local residents association was really welcomed and taken on board. People got really excited about it. But I have just come back from Spain, and over there, the problem that they've got, and which are talking to business people over there, is the fact that they say people aren't going to visit them because of the situation that we've got. They are not visiting, and it's going to be stay at home. Absolutely brilliant for Bournemouth, for our economy. But the problem is, just remember, cast your minds back to a year ago, the absolute chaos that happened on that day when all those people decided to visit us in Bournemouth. Now, if this is the case, that many more, and this is, as I say, it seems to be the evidence that they'll be coming to Bournemouth, where the residential best resort in Britain, then why there's no sense in taking away 72 parking spaces. Southbourne is already in terrible problems with parking. I live less than half a mile from this site. And my colleague Eddie will tell you that one of the problems that we've got with our residents at the moment, because to try and ease the problem, yellow lines have been removed. And I can tell you that in my road, there's times when I can't get either access in or out of my drive. And that's now. That's before the visitors come in bulk. So I think, to say that this is not needed is ridiculous. And particularly think again, we've got this fantastic bistro on the beach. You'll imagine if you book to go there in the summer, it's absolutely chock-a-block. You arrive and find that you've probably got perhaps 3/4 of a mile walk to get into the restaurant. So I think that's a thing that absolute nonsense to say that it's not required. Let's move on to the gardens. When I was first elected to Bournemouth Council 23 years ago, one of the very first things that I had to contend with was a plague of rats. When I went down to this site, it was unkempt, there was fly tipping there, and it was an eyesore. That has been absolutely changed, a phenomenal job that local residents have done. I've been down, I've spoken to people that are actually doing the gardening, and I find that most of them say that they don't have the access to a garden, and it's wonderful for them. One gentleman told me about problems that he'd had with mental health. and said, you know, this is phenomenal. This is a real help to my problem, that I can come here and do some gardening. The thing is as well that it's that green space that we've got. If you look at the development that's proposed, there's no problem anywhere where there can be any landscaping. I think you know that the design, it's built right onto the roads, so therefore that there's no way that you can improve the landscaping with it. Then we shall just have this huge problem. Talk has been said about the dangerous island, and this hasn't been brought up. But as you know, there's public conveniences just down the road from it. The buses actually come and park there, and I think it's because, you know, the drivers have to have a rest as well, and they park throughout the day for probably 10 minutes, and of course they can use the facilities down there, and that's right on that roundabout, which is already a very, very busy road. That coast road is busy even at this time of the year, never mind when the huge amount of visitors come in. I think also that the sheer height, width and length of the building proposed in relation to the surrounding building should be considered inconvenious and significant overdevelopment at this site. It's cramped, overbearing and out of scale, and the unacceptable bulk of building of excessive footprint and scale, which would be out of keeping with the general character of the locality. I accept that corner sites within principle have the opportunity to push height limitations.
Councillor Davies, I'm going to have to draw you to a conclusion. You've had well over your 5 minutes now.
Okay, right. It's just, well, you know, as if I can just thought for then as the ward councillor, I could not, you know, accept this proposal to develop the site. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Davies. Councillor Coote. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, can I have a point of clarification, please? This application seems, and the whole process has the wrong address on it. It's advertised as Southbourne Overcliff Drive. It is not on Southbourne Overcliff Drive. If you look at the maps, the car park site entrance and belongs to Southbourne Coast Road. So please, Mr. Chairman, can we have that clarified and
that will be done once we go back to the officers after you've finished speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right, I will now proceed. The applicant has said, talked about things, but they haven't done any public meeting or any public contact with our local people. The car park is an amenity one, and we as a local authority seem to be selling off all our car parks, especially the beach ones. Where are our visitors and locals going to park for the beach, visit bistro on the beach, especially as other car parks nearby will soon be losing 17 car parking spaces. To state it is underused, if you have a look around the borough, many of our beach car parks are underused in off-peak periods. Especially this last weekend, this car park was very busy. With the loss of car parks will mean our local roads taking more traffic, which are already short of parking spaces, as most of them have parking restrictions on them. The transport statement does not address any of these issues. The proposed development is overdevelopment of the site and is not in keeping with the local character. It does not address our housing needs locally. What we need is more family houses, not more flats, which are probably not for locals. Back-to-back development, as stated by the planning officer, should be 21 metres, and in some cases, as they stated, 25 metres for these flats. What I would like someone to go out and remeasure, because I've been out and I cannot find that you get 25 or even 21 metres back to back. Policy CS20 of our development plans, encouraging small family dwelling houses, and this is also in our local plan, so you should be looking at it. The loss of the community garden, which has been there since 2009, and no replacement community garden is offered locally. Policy CS5 of Bournemouth Core Strategy seeks to promote healthy local community and recognises the importance of public spaces. Plus, we have the loss of a part of the green space at the end of the car park. And this decision was taken by an officer. Policy CS12 seeks to protect community uses. St Catherine's Road and Southbourne Crossroads is where Southbourne was founded by Dr. Thomas Crompton in the 1870s, and near where the Southbourne Winter Gardens was. The council's own new guidelines, our levelling up policy, and even our heritage, where our heritage manager, the urban and design construction manager, says you should, making decisions on planning, should take this into consideration. So this overdevelopment and massing is quite out of character as it develops all of the car park, community garden, green space, all of which has a dominant impact, especially upon occupiers of properties along St Catherine's Road. So I urge you all to take these policies on board, and I strongly recommend that you refuse permission, plus taking in the 640 odd objections. And can I thank all the local residents that have come here today to hear and put their points across. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. Okay, I will now come back to Julie Allington and ask if there are any comments that you wish to make on what you've heard so far, and also on a couple of the clarification points, if you could please, Julie.
Thank you. I believe Alexis Edwards from the Highways team is going to talk about the right-of-way and car park issues.
Right, and about the ownership of the site?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Alexis?
Hello, Chair. Alexis Edwards, Transport Development Team Leader. So there is a right-of-way which exists to the side of the site across one of the gentlemen who spoke earlier, land. That right-of-way is on our definitive map and has been in existence for at least 20 years. The authority have a responsibility to maintain that right-of-way, and they did upgrade the quality of that right-of-way in around 2012. The site itself, the car park, is underutilised. It does not generate sufficient income as a car park, and it is only really used during the summer months on very peak periods, the Air Festival and other very hot sunny days. Most of the year it's pretty empty. Obviously there are other opportunities for car parking in the area. Warren Edge car park is the nearest one, as well as the amount of unrestricted parking along the coast road.
Have you finished there, Alexis?
Yes, well, I was kind of expecting a question, to be honest, Chair.
We'll come back with the questions shortly, believe me. Okay, members, I will come over to you guys now. Councillor Stribley, you were first to raise.
Chairman, really not yet to talk about the detail of the application. We've had some very good representations and very clear from both sides. However, if what Mr. Bedford said is correct, then I believe this application is illegal. I have been a member of a planning committee for the past 45 years, and I always understood that every owner of land which is included within the boundary of the application has to be properly notified and consulted. Apparently, and I've no reason at all to doubt what Mr. Bedford says, he has tried to raise this issue numerous times with planning, had absolutely no response, and his solicitor wrote to the council in late December, that's 3 months ago now, or nearly 3 months ago, and has yet not had any response. So I am very reluctant to even be considering this application at this time, and I'm wondering that thinking that we should defer it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. Julie, would you like to come back on that?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Bedford owns actually isn't within the red outline of the site. It's outside of the site. The application includes a small section of public right-of-way, which it would be the intention to join up to the existing right-of-way. In order for that to happen, it would mean that a part of the right-of-way would need to be formed, but that doesn't actually form part of the application.
Would I be?
And also, the letter that has been passed to the legal and right-of-way officers, I thought that we'd sent a response, but I wasn't aware that that hadn't happened yet.
Okay. Julie, could you bring up the map showing that, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the land in question is this section between the terrace and the application site.
Sorry, Julie, could you enlarge that? It's actually quite small.
Oh, is it?
Do you have a bigger one that we could see?
That help?
That's a bit better, yeah.
So it's the land in question is this bit between the red line and the terrace. If I so on here, you'll see there's a right of way shown. So the application site finishes here. Oops. Oh. This is Mr. Bedford's land. The existing right of way is the path that you can see here. So in order for it to link up, there would need to be a section of right of way added there.
Julie, we can't actually see where you're pointing out at the moment.
Oh, sorry. Can you see now?
No, we can't see your mouse pointing to anything.
Sorry. So you see where it says 7500, the distance?
Yeah.
There's a right of way proposed there. The application site is the line that goes along where the community garden is now. And you'll see that a section of the right of way is actually outside of the site.
Okay.
You see that? Linking up to the existing path. I'm not sure of the legal technicalities of actually putting that section of right of way in, but it doesn't form part of the application. The application would just include putting in the right of way within the applicant's site in the hope that in the future it would be linked up to the existing right of way. I don't know if Rob can help on that or Alexis.
Mr. First, is there anything you want to come in on from a legal point of view?
Thank you, Chairman. So to pick up on a couple of points, as I understand it, the land is not the issue of the landowner. His land doesn't fall within the application site; it's outside of it. Now, Councillor Stribley was right to say that you would expect, well, you would be required to notify landowners of an application, but it's not. If it's not actually part of the application site, then the position obviously doesn't bite in that sense. So that's my thought on that. As far as the right of way, well, again, as I understand it, this application is not actually proposing the right of way to be provided over anyone else's land. It's not providing any works over anyone else's land as far as the provision of the right of way is concerned. So again, I don't think there's necessarily an issue as I understand it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Firth. Councillor Shrimmy.
Chairman, according to the map I've got in front of us, we are looking at that right of way right through the site. I can't see any indication of the land that is they're acknowledging is owned by Mr. Bedford. And I would like clarification from one of our top legal officers before I'm content to deal with this further.
That was the legal officer that just spoke.
Well, okay, but we are looking through the site. Can we be told where this site is stopping then? Because it's certainly going through adjacent land.
It's at the boundary. Highway. It's at the boundary. It was pointed out at the site visit exactly where it was.
Yeah, but we are looking at the plans, and I'm finding this very, very difficult to delineate, Chairman. I see the proposed right of way going through.
I'll come back. Mr. Firth, would you like to come back in?
Yes, Chairman. I mean, just to clarify, I mean, I can't claim to have analysed this in any detail, so I don't know precisely where the boundaries lie. I think there's three options available to members. If you want certainty on the matter, planning officers are able to provide that at this stage, then you could consider deferring. Another option is if members wanted to approve, and of course, members may not want to approve the application, but if members were wanting to approve the application, then they could perhaps consider making it approval subject to perhaps the head of planning investigating the matter and being satisfied that there is no issue as far as notification and publicity is concerned, in his opinion. So I think there's a range of options, and perhaps, Chairman, the thing to do is to see how the debate goes, and members can obviously pick it up at an appropriate point when they think they're in a position to put forward a motion.
Yeah, I would go along with that, Mr. Firth. I think the ideal thing to do is to carry on with the application. The legal side, the ownerships of the lands can be dealt with outside of this room once a decision has been made or not been made, and we can delegate that.
Thank you, Chairman, but I am very concerned by the huge number of complaints we get from applicants and objectors that they can't get any response.
We can deal with that outside of this room, Councillor Stribby. We're talking about this application now, not the way the process is working. Okay, Councillor Lawton.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm yet to be convinced that this is the correct way that we should be going with this particular car park. I, along with my colleagues, is a councillor in the local ward of West Southbourne, which adjoins the present East Southbourne. I've been aware of that car park for a number of years, since I've been a councillor since 2007. Under the old Bournemouth Council, we had a policy that any car parks which were sold or redeveloped, we had a policy of replacing those car parks with other car parks or facilities for car parking. I don't see any evidence of that happening here. The loss of this car park, although I understand and accept that it's only busy in the summertime, but it is a facility which is available to local and visitors to the area. Having visited the site last week, the car park is in a poor condition. I've never seen a car park as in poor condition as that in all my years when I was transport portfolio and housing portfolio for Bournemouth Council. It's been left to regress. It's been left in a poor state, and we should be ashamed as a council for allowing that to happen. I find it extremely difficult to support this application, and I'm inclined to move a motion that it is rejected. And so I leave it there, please, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. And if it's okay with you, I'll leave the debate to go on for a little bit before we come back to your move, but I have noted your move to refuse at this time. Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to just pick up on the point that Councillor Lawton made. And in fact, the report does acknowledge that there is an excellent policy under Bournemouth district-wide local plan, policy 8.22. which says that where redevelopment would affect public car parking spaces, whether publicly or privately owned, any spaces lost should be replaced either on site, in the vicinity of the site, or by the provision of alternative transport measures. So this policy is excellent and would form the basis of a refusal purely on planning policy grounds. The report does actually say that there is an encouragement away from encouraging cars, and one of the ways of doing that is to build on car parks. And that does, well, that's the hope. Unfortunately, in practice, it's not quite working like that. And there is, and besides that, there is not actually, in my knowledge, any stated policy. This just seems to be an aim, because the report says technically, this is the policy that exists. Actually, the reality of it is it does exist, and it has not been replaced by a new local plan. So until such times as the new local plan is published and this policy is replaced, it is a policy that has to be adhered to. Planning policy. How many times are we told that we have to adhere to policy, make our decisions on policy? So in my view, there is no argument. This application is contrary to our existing planning policy and should be refused on that basis. Just to add to the car park issue, one of the reasons, of course, why it's not used maybe as extensively as it should do, because it's in such a terrible state. It's disgusting, actually, for it to be allowed to get into that condition. Of course, the main point is that parking on the coast road is free. And so it's hardly surprising in the winter when people don't want to use, want to park there, they'll park on the road because it's free and they won't use a car park. Of course they won't. It's obvious. So if there were parking charges included on the sea road, and I'm not proposing that is, then you'd probably find there'd be a completely different usage of the car park. But of course, as we all know, in the summer you can't park anywhere down there because it's just a nightmare for everybody, as it is for the rest of the town. So, in my view, the getting rid of public car parks is absolute nonsense, and we need to stop it. And this is a case in point where we should not be getting rid of this car park unless it's replaced elsewhere. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Weiler. Mr. Edwards, could you just indicate whether, in fact, these spaces have been replaced anywhere? Because I haven't found any.
The spaces have not been. The April 2017 Cabinet report that Councillor Lawton was present at and voted on declared the car park surplus, and so there was no need for reprovision elsewhere.
But bearing in mind that was 5 years ago, we've had a slight thing called COVID. People's attitudes to going away have changed drastically. Would you not think it would be sensible if we did a review of the parking provision to check whether it was needed nowadays, now that things have changed?
The previous administration undertook a strategic car parking
review. That was 5 years ago, Mr. Edwards. I'm talking about 2022.
Sorry, Chair. I'm talking about the most recent administration for BCP preceding this current one, under the Unity Alliance. They started a strategic car parking review. The administration changed, and that review has been paused indefinitely.
So we do need to do a new one then. I'll remind the portfolio holder that when I speak to him. Moving on, members. Anyone else wishing to speak on this? Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. There's a lot of things that concern me about this, but I think whether the car park was built on or not, I think that's entirely something for the Cabinet to deal with, because it's basically their decision. But I've got one question and one comment. The question is, how on earth does the affordable housing come out at 1/3 of a unit, where the 40% would be 11 units? That totally confuses me. I know that extra cost of developing land comes into account, and affordable housing on site isn't usually provided in a expensive or desirable area, but there is still the cash alternative, and I can't understand where 1/3 of a dwelling comes from on that. The other point is supporting the deferment. I do think it needs to be looked at again, and again I think this goes in the direction of Cabinet. That I looked at the plans and I feel slightly uncomfortable with the 4th story, but find that the general style of the development is better than I would have feared. But the one thing which I think should be reconsidered, and this is really again down to the council and the land disposal, is the northwesterly block, which is roughly where the community garden is. If that bit of land wasn't disposed of and was dedicated to a community garden and open space, then I think a lot of the objections would be dealt with. So I really think that it should go back to be looked at with the car park issue to be resolved, and also the northwesterly block. I can't remember which one's A, B, C and D now, but the one nearest the roundabout should perhaps not be part of the site, and that the Cabinet considers dedicating the land for open space use. It still gets, if it goes ahead, its capital receipt for the car park. But as I say, that's up for question anyway. But I really do think that this needs to be deferred, and that the council looks at it, or the Cabinet looks at it from the strategic point of view, and that we make a decision on a modified planning application at a later date. That's my suggestion, but see what other people think.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Just on the affordable housing thing, this has gone to a viability to a local district valuer, and the district valuer has come back and said that the 70,000 is what the site will return back to us. But I will ask Julie just to explain that more to you.
Yeah,
I realise that affordable housing, Councillor Trent, I'm speaking. I realise that affordable housing comes up a lot here, but we do have to go along at this moment in time with what the district valuer says. I totally agree with what you're saying. It is, to me, it's just ridiculous, but we have to deal with that as it comes through with the district valuer's reports. Julie, would you like to come back?
Yeah, as you say, it's viewer who will have looked at the land value, the costs of building materials, the implications in terms of stability and contamination, the contributions that the developer has to make. And it was his view that whilst there was a small surplus in terms of viability, the contribution that we could ask for was £70,000.
Thank you, Julie. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I mean, it's quite an involved application, this one, but I do have a number of concerns. And there does seem to be a disconnect between the words policy and ambition. I would remind everybody that tourism employs 17,000 people, and an objective of the plan is to develop tourism and take it further. And yet parking is a silent message that says to visitors, you're welcome. And we keep taking parking away, which says to me, you're unwelcome, unless we actually offer suitable alternatives, which we're not doing. Parking is also a provision, an aid to service and business development, and its removal does not help either of those objectives. So I am concerned about the loss of parking without any substitution. I'm also concerned about the mass or density and scale of this development and particularly the four-storey block, which I think does affect residents in such a way that that needs consideration. For those factors alone, I would find it very difficult to support this application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Barron, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I know the area very well because I actually went to my first school around the corner from there. In all those years, I've seen very little change to the area, and part of its charm is its very open aspect and the period properties around there. I find myself completely agreeing with the 640 objectors on this one. Apparently the land is sold subject to planning, and whenever I see that phrase subject to planning, it's usually because it's a contentious exchange. So it's not very, it's just that, this isn't like a done deal, it is subject to planning. I've also heard reports that the meters in the car parks weren't working. Well, if they weren't working, there's no wonder that the car park's been running at a loss. So I can't really accept that as any kind of argument. We've also got the Bistro on the beach development happening at the bottom there. We've seen the parking issues last summer with people parking all over the place. There's the garden, which, well, the assessments of the wildlife there, I presume they've been down to Spyglass and Kettle for a liquid lunch before they looked at it, because when I looked at it, it was absolutely teeming with wildlife. And it was lovely, really lovely to see the residents getting involved, and I just thought it was a really nice little area there. So I'd be happy, if a move's made to refuse, I'd be happy to support that, Chairman. Thank you.
Are you looking to second that move? Councillor Lawson did make that move to refuse.
Absolutely, yeah, I'll second
okay.
that.
Thank you, Councillor Barron, but we will carry on with the debate for the time being. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry, Councillor Stribley, could I just butt in just quickly?
Yep.
Just members, if you are planning on going forward with the move to refusal, please remember that you do need to bring up some policy reasons for doing so. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. As has been said, the car park is in a dreadful state. It looks really rubbish, and that's because it's been totally neglected, whether deliberately or not. I don't know, but it is appalling, and that any authority, this one and the preceding one, should allow a public space to look like that. I am concerned about the affordable housing issue, but I've heard what the planning officer says. I find it quite difficult sometimes to know when apartments are being sold at £500,000 up to £1 million, that they can't, there is nothing in it for affordable housing contribution. And the other issue I have, I noticed that in an effort to prevent overlooking or making it too imposing, the top floor on the main block has been pulled forward, i.e. it's not as wide, that top floor, as the floor below. But if we look at the plans, there are quite distinct rear balconies there. Now, those balconies would provide exactly the same sort of overlooking. Nobody's bothered about overlooking at night, because usually you've got your curtains closed and you're going to bed, but it's when people are around. And if those balconies were considerably used, then they would be looking directly into the rear gardens of a lot of the properties and into the front of the others. So I, first of all, would like to be assured that any permitted development on that rear balcony would be refused. I'm not sure if flats do have permitted development rights, but I would be considerably concerned about that. And people are more likely, if they're out in the open and moving around, to be looking out rather than inwards into their neighbours, and therefore more likely to cause overlooking than if there were simply windows there. But I get that was cut back to allow more light to the properties behind. And the other point about how can you operate a car park at a loss. Well, I suppose if you value it at a vast sum and say you should get a minimum return, you could say it's at a loss. But we have many places in the conurbation. Many of our parks have free parking in them. Are we saying that's at a loss? Are we saying that, you know, we allow people to go and use our open space and that's at a loss? It isn't. It is part of the essential provision of a council for its residents. And whilst car parks should make a reasonable return to the authority, there is no point putting charging on them, as we have found in my ward, and it was against my objection at the time, when we put charges on a local car park, and of course it promptly emptied because everybody can park on the nearby roads. But there's been no proposal as yet, as far as I know, to build on Whitecliff car park. So let's hope that in effect doesn't happen, because that must also be at a loss. Chairman, I find it very difficult to find much that speaks to me on this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. On this one, I think when we all went out to the site visit last week, we certainly weren't short of evidence for exactly how the residents feel on this one. And it's always an interesting experience when we go out to a site visit like that on something that is quite as contentious as this. I think that I was concerned when I stepped out there, and I remain concerned now about a lot of these things. Regarding the community garden, just to get that one out of the way, I wish I could use that as part of my reasoning, but I have had to ignore that because it doesn't have any status in regards to planning policy. I hope that changes very quickly, but as of now it doesn't, and it cannot be taken into account. In terms of the parking, again, policy-wise, the decision is now, in my view, out of date and cannot really be relied on, but that is up to us to change. However, without those arguments, I still think there is enough reason to refuse this. The impact on the residences behind it is massive, even when you take into account the distances that are there. Normally, in most situations, I think I would be of the mind that 25 metres plus is an acceptable distance, but this is a very unique site. It's a very unique application area. And I think the biggest impact comes from blocks A and B. Block A, I believe, is overdevelopment on a very small spit of land off to one end of the site. You know, you can tell by the shape of the building that it is a wedge shape. You know, the flats are going to be very odd inside there, and it has the effect of completely sealing off the terrace. You know, it may be that because of the direction of the sunlight for most of the year, that it might not have a great impact on the light to the property. However, it does have the impact that it completely seals it off, and it will absolutely change the character of that terrace without a shadow of a doubt. The impact on the businesses that are there too, the Pilates studio, although quite frankly, when I saw that, I had no idea how that managed to get planning permission, but it will, you know, this development will have a serious impact on that. It only has one window facing the sea, and that will be completely cut off by a 4-storey building. It just seems like far too much to me on this site. The impact, I accept that it steps down towards the eastern end of the site, but I still think that for those who've extended their properties out there to take advantage of their seafront nature, will be affected by a 4-storey block about 40 metres to their right. It just, you know, it's just that simple. And the reason why we are here as planning committee is to not only decide on planning policy, but also to inject that human element and that knowledge of the local community. And you have to take them, you know, hand in hand, with obviously a weight on the policy, but you do have to take them hand in hand. I also have concerns about the overlooking. I have no idea why the terraces were decided to put them on the north-facing boundary. Why on earth wouldn't you have them facing south to the seafront and take advantage of the fact that these are seafront properties? The right-of-way is another, it's a bit of a non-issue really, in that we, having been through this, we will doubtless have plenty of scrutiny if this was built to make sure that no incursions were made onto somebody else's land. So that's a bit of a non-issue, but in my view, there's more than enough reason with the overlooking and the effect that this will have on the nearby properties to refuse it, and I will be, as of this moment, supporting the move that's on the table. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Members, anyone else wishing to come back at this time with anything? Councillor Dedman.
Oh, yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I really feel this is a very finely balanced decision. And can I just thank very much the officers. It was a really, really helpful site visit, and there's no doubting their professionalism. And I'm a bit surprised to hear today so much concern about building on car parks from some members, because we are told very firmly in this paper that the Cabinet, who paused the review that the previous administration did, say that it is surplus. So I'm a bit, wavering about that. I think that the building on the car parks, I won't go into that. And also, I do feel in many ways that having heard all the objections, I still cannot see that this provision of flats does not fit in with the Bournemouth vision. I mean, it seems to me to fit in very well with the Bournemouth vision. However, as I say, it's a very finely balanced decision, and I've heard all the arguments, most of which seem to be balanced against. So, yes, thank you, Chairman. I think that's all I could really say, that I think it's finely balanced, and I'm surprised to hear some of the arguments.
Thank you, Councillor Dedman. Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, just like to make a comment about the difference between making a decision for the car park to be surplus requirements and that of a planning consent. The two are related in that the disposal and development of the site is still subject to the planning decision. And though somebody may decide in principle that the car park is no longer required, it cannot go ahead with that without the alternative use having been approved through the planning process. And that's what we're here to do, to make that decision. So, you can't just say we're going to get rid of it. It has to go through this change of use process. And that's why I say, and if you are going to do that, you have to be able to stack up the reasons to say why you can't adhere to the existing local plan. And if the material planning condition requires, what it says in the policy, that you have to adhere to it, unless you can demonstrate why you shouldn't be. And there are no overriding benefits that we can call on that would outweigh that. And I accept the issue about providing houses, and I have to say that I actually quite like the designs that have come up with. I think it's a very attractive, well-designed scheme, but unfortunately it's contrary to the policies that we're required to make this planning decisions on. So I would support the move to refuse on that basis.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Anyone else wishing to make words? If not, I will ask the mover and seconder if you have policy reasons that you've come up with for your move to refuse, please. Councillor Barron.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, it's completely out of character to the surrounding area. It's obvious that the proposed would lead to significant overshadowing and loss of sunlight to the existing terrace to the north, especially in the winter months when the sun is lower. I appreciate residents have no right to a view as such. However, loss of outlook to the detriment of residential amenity is a material planning consideration. Loss of privacy. The windows of the proposed will look directly into residents' homes. So there's the northern facing windows. I've roughly got 11 core strategies, local plans that I believe it's against. Shall I run through them?
Please do.
Okay. CS1, presumption in favour. So the presumption in favour will be approved without delay unless material considerations indicate otherwise. And I'll go on to why they do. So CS6, delivering sustainable communities. Retaining and enhancing the features that contribute to each place's heritage, character and local distinctiveness. I think that's just, to me, that's completely there. CS5, promoting a healthy community. Physical activity to be encouraged by ensuring that everyone has access to facilities that offer a health benefit, including man-made facilities and natural open space. CS9, enhancing district centres does not unreasonably harm the amenities of local residents. Well, there is a community garden there. I know it's being dismissed, but I think that's questionable. CS12 retaining community uses, same reason. Lots of premises sites, land use. Yeah, land use for community will not be permitted. CS12, and then CS21, distribution across Bournemouth, contribute positively to the character and function of the neighbourhood. CS29, tourism. So we touched on the parking. The suggestions that it's losing money, but the meters aren't working. Well, I just can't accept that at all, and that's why we're here. We're here as a committee, so the decision isn't down to one person. We take it's down to a majority vote, isn't it? Really? So CS29, the character and appearance of the area again. All around there, it's just period properties, mostly with pitched roofs. CS30, promoting. Excuse me, Chair. When we started the meeting, you did say that people, should behave, in a polite manner, and the applicant and the architect believe you're sort of talking and laughing, and I just find it a little bit off-putting.
Yeah, if you could,
if you don't mind.
Nobody
please.
spoke while you were talking, so please don't
Thank you,
do
sir.
anything now.
Thank you. CS30, promoting green infrastructure. Will provide a well-connected and distributed multifunctional green infrastructure network, urban green zone and coastal strip as a coastal enhancement zone. Retains and enhances Bournemouth's attractiveness as a tourist destination. So there's that. CS31, recreation, play and sports. Yeah, the local authority will refuse planning permission for development that results in the loss of public open spaces. I think that's probably about it. Quality of design, CS41. Development, which by virtue of its design would be detrimental to the built environment, amenity or character of any part of the borough, will not be permitted. I think that's about it, unless Councillor Lawson knows it. Thank you.
I think there's a vast range there. I'm going to come back to Julie, if I can. Julie?
Hello, Chair.
Yeah, can you come? Did you hear all the reasons for the refusal?
Yeah, I have some policies.
Yeah.
Let's just go through them. For example, CS9, enhancing district centres. This isn't a district centre. And that's the district centres are things like Castle Point and your bigger sort of retail centres. And it's more about the impact that it has on that. CS21, that's quoted incorrectly because it's not within the preferred area, but CS22 would be relevant. CS12 seeks to retain community uses. I mean, the preamble talks about the kind of facilities that includes as being sports centres, public houses, allotments, cultural facilities, schools, health facilities, youth centres, community halls and places of worship. So I'm not sure, was this one mentioned in regards to the community garden?
Yeah, I think it was, yeah.
Okay. Obviously, as outlined in my report, that doesn't have a formal status as a community garden. What else? CS29. So CS29 talks about protecting tourism and cultural facilities. I'm not sure that you could argue the site comes under that category.
says 29, it does say the character and appearance of the area.
Yeah, but that's to do with tourism and cultural facilities. In the preamble again, it talks about places like the Bic and places to eat and drink. And actually tourist facilities, this isn't really a tourist facility.
Okay. And the other ones, Julie?
CS30. Just have a look at CS30. CS30 talking about promoting green infrastructure.
Yeah.
Again, I assume this is to do with the community garden. And are we saying that we're going to refuse it on the loss of the community garden? Even though
I think that is one of the reasons that are being put forward at the moment. I think the main ones really are probably CS41 and
CS22.
Yeah, CS22 seems to be the main ones. I think the amenity of the existing residents is the big one.
And the district-wide local plan, I think, as well is relevant because that's about flat development.
Yeah, and also for me, I actually still think it's quite a large development to go on that site. If it was going to be built, and I think I would have preferred an all 2-story design rather than that dirty great 4-story thing that's there. So I think for me, it does come along to bulk and mass as well on the site.
Okay, so it's bulk, mass, character, and impact.
Yeah, I think to me those are the main points for this in this one.
Okay.
Councillor Bartlett?
Yeah, the one that I raised, which is I believe a real key issue, is safe policy, district-wide local plan policy 8.22. That's the one that says you have to replace any lost public parking spaces.
Did you get that one, Julie?
Yeah. So also refusal of parking.
Yeah, on 8.22.
Okay. My only concern with that is obviously, as a council, we have declared it surplus to requirements. So I think we might leave ourselves open for a challenge on that.
So yeah, but I mean, I thought I'd explain the rationale for that. You know, that decision is made subject to a planning consent being granted. So, you know, and that's what we've done.
I'll just bring in Councillor Pedevin, please.
Thank you. Just on a point of information, the previous Bournemouth Council declared the car park surplus to requirements. Has this council?
I think it comes under safe plans and things like that. I think that would be.
Well, a lot of things changed at.
Which is why I did say to Mr. Edwards about, have we done a recent review? So I'll come back. I think we probably have enough there to move ahead with the refusal on this one anyway, at this moment in time. If members are happy with those, Councillor Lawton and Councillor Barron, you are the mover and seconder on these. Yeah, please do.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to remind, I don't need an officer telling me which way I have or have not voted 5 years ago. So I object to that. Secondly, I believe and agree with Councillor Bartlett that the refusal being part of the Cabinet at that time, it was looked upon as a surplus to requirements at that time, 5 years ago. I do remember somebody saying that when the facts change, I change my mind. And things have changed dramatically in the last 2-3 years. This car park is, I believe, is necessary to stay there as a car park. If we remove that car park, and one of the developers has significantly pointed out that Southbourne is quite a vibrant area, and this area with the redevelopment of the bistro will require excess and more car parking within that area. If people cannot park on the road or in that car park, they'll park somewhere else, as we found in the summer when people's roads, drives and antisocial behaviour parking was prevalent. And that is a particularly busy area. So I believe that we should refuse this certainly on policy 8.22, and we will take it from there. Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry, Mr. First, would you like to come in?
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, a number of members have chipped in with various reasons. I think it'd be really helpful if we could just summarise what reasons the mover and seconder are taking forward. From what I've heard, and I could be wrong, my impression is that what members are saying is that there's two primary reasons for refusal. One is unacceptable loss of the car park and a failure to replace it in that respect. And secondly, impact on amenities of nearby residents, including in that respect design issues relating to matters such as overbearing, and obviously the relevant policies which members have talked about relating to those two issues. But I may have missed something, so perhaps members, it would be helpful if the mover and seconder could just clarify.
No, you're pretty much right. I have spoken with Julie and we did clarify that it's mainly on CS 41 and 8.22 of the district-wide local plan. Those are the two main reasons for refusing. So, Councillor Smith, you okay?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, members, I think we've done enough on that now. I will go to the vote on this. We have a move by Councillor Lawton, seconded by Councillor Barron to refuse this application. I'll call your names in turn. If you could state whether you are for, against or abstaining, please. Myself, I am for the move. Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Bartlett.
For.
Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Le Pellerin.
For.
Councillor Trent.
For.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Stribley.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
And Councillor Deadman.
For.
That, in my accounts, being a not very good mathematician, makes that unanimous. So therefore, this application is refused. May I please remind members that that is not the end of the story. Applicants do have rights of appeal, so we may not, you may not find yourself celebrating right yet, but congratulations to the members of the public. And it's really good to see that members of the public do take the time to come along and voice their opinions. So thank you to everyone for turning up today. Thank you to the applicants as well. I'm now going to call a well-deserved 5-minute comfort break for everyone. Thank you. welcome back to the commencement of the Planning Committee. We'll move on now with item 6B on the agenda, which is 352-358 Ashley Road. And Hannah, would you like to prepare your screen, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Confirm that you can see that.
We can. Thanks, Hannah.
Great. I'll just get the other window back up. Fantastic. This application is for the demolition of the existing in-access building and the redevelopment of the site, providing ground floor retail, 27 apartments and a communal private courtyard. Just flick through. There we are. This is just the location plan, as you can see, in relation to the surrounding area. Same with this, the aerial images show the location of the site in regards to its surroundings. Ashley Road is largely a retail area with offices and residential use on the upper floors of the buildings. The surrounding area, however, is largely residential with a mixture of dwelling types. Currently, the site is occupied by a Class E retail unit. The site sits at the junction of Jubilee Road and Ashley Road, with an active frontage and principal elevation facing onto Ashley Road. The existing development is 1 story in height, with a corrugated metal frontage which stretches the building up to 2 stories. The site borders onto Jubilee Road, as mentioned previously, which leads to a largely residential area, as well as a pay and display car park. At the northern point of the existing site is a small loading bay for the retail store, which then faces out onto the co-op goods delivery area. You can get a better picture of that in this image. As previously stated, the application is for the demolition of the current building and the redevelopment of the site to the ground. The redevelopment of the site, providing ground floor retail units, 27 apartments and a private courtyard. The apartments offer the following mix of dwellings: 1 studio apartment, 19 1-bed apartments, and 7 2-bed apartments. The principle of development is accepted for this location. The Poole local plan states that the principle of high density development, e.g. flats, anywhere within the sustainable transport corridor is accepted, subject to the other planning policies. All apartments meet the national minimum space standards and provide acceptable levels of outlook and natural light. The ground floor consists of 2 retail units, 3 apartments, and space for 34 bikes to be stored for residents and space for 4 visitor bike parking. There is no vehicle parking on site. BCP Highways Authority has been consulted on the proposals and offered no objections, subject to the attachment of conditions. The proposed amount of car parking provisions complies with the Council's parking standards SPD. The development does not have vehicular access, the development does have vehicular access for deliveries, again, with BCP Highways having no objection to these plans. A bin store is also located on this floor, with direct access onto Jubilee Road. The private amenity space can be accessed for residents also at this level. Below the 27 apartments, the proposals offer 2 commercial units measuring 80.7 square metres and 53.9 square metres, respectively, which front onto Ashley Road. Policy PP2 3A states that the site should offer a primary retail frontage, and these proposals do support that. Travelling up the building, the layout of the floors 1 to 3 do not differ. Each floor consists of 8 apartments. The apartments overlook the private amenity space, onto Ashley Road or onto Jubilee Road. The buildings within the vicinity of this plot are typically 2 to 2.5 stories in height. The proposal is 3.5 stories in height. Due to the location being on a main road, the scale of the building is considered appropriate and aligns with policies in the Poole local plan. The proposals for this development do not incorporate a lift into the plans. The flats are M4-2 compliant and the first floor stairs meet the requirements of the general access stair. Therefore, the access is considered adequate for elderly and some disabilities, which is deemed acceptable. The current plan shows the western elevation of the development. The proposals incorporate a brick design, as well as replicating heads and sills which can be seen on other buildings on Ashley Road. The materials used for the development will also be conditioned and require approval prior to commencement by the council. Elevations onto Ashley Road show access to the retail stores. It is worth noting at this point that the current in-access store is home to 1960s Carter tiles, which are native to Poole. The proposals will keep the tiles on site with a condition for the safe removal and for them to be rehomed in a location along the front of the retail units, where the red outline can be seen on the current plan. So if I can just point them out now, that's in these areas. The visuals give a good understanding of how the development will fit into the surroundings and incorporate aspects of design that can be seen along the other side of Ashley Road. Other factors which should be taken into consideration at this point, through the means of a viability assessment, the site will not provide any affordable housing. Following consultee comments from environmental services, a condition will be imposed requiring an air quality assessment to be submitted and approved prior to the commencement on site. Following consultee comments from flooding, a condition will be imposed requiring further drainage works to be submitted and approved prior to commencement on site. The development sits well within the local area and policy supports its approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, in terms of public item, we have 2 in objection, and to start with, Ms. Jo Amy has submitted the following statement. Should permission be granted for this development, I would recommend that it is conditional on the tiled panels at the entrance to the current building to be retained in situ or salvaged by the appropriate professionals and incorporated into the new development in a location where they can be seen by the public. This proposal is endorsed by the 20th Century Society and the Tiles and Architectural Ceramic Society, who have already submitted written comments to this effect. These tiles were made by the local firm of Carter & Co., who are recognised as the leading tile producer in the mid-century modern style of the 1950s and 60s. They were designed by Ivor Camlish and are an excellent example of the designs of this area and an important aspect of Poole's heritage, which deserves to be preserved. It's the end of the first statement in objection. The second statement in objection is from a Mr. and Mrs. Large and is as follows. Firstly, we wish to make it clear that we are not opposed to a redevelopment of this site. We welcome change, and it is obvious this site is in much need of modernisation. However, we strongly oppose this proposal of such a large dwelling, 27 apartments in such a small space. We live in the very first house in Jubilee Road, the closest home to this site. Having lived here for 17 years, we are very accustomed to this very busy, noisy residential street with the constant daily deliveries to the nearby shops. Articulated lorries deliver daily to the Co-op's loading bay, which is directly adjacent to the in-excess site, the proposed courtyard. The British Heart Foundation also have daily deliveries made by vans and lorries adjacent to this site. Iceland's articulated lorries access the service road, which is directly opposite the proposed courtyard site in Jubilee Road. On their exit, these lorries are seen to mount the curb directly outside the gates of InXS, which is the proposed courtyard entrance. The Parkstone Delicatessen have even bigger trucks that manoeuvre in Jubilee Road to access the service road. Only this week, BCP Highways were seen to repair the curb directly opposite InXS on Jubilee Road due to the damage caused by these heavy goods vehicles. With the comings and goings of potentially 50 additional residents living in very close proximity of an already busy and often chaotic road, this proposal is nothing but dangerous and risky. Owing to Jubilee Road already being used daily by large articulated lorries, we are hugely concerned about the impact on the structure of Jubilee Road itself and the impact on drainage and power supplies to accommodate 27 apartments. This proposed redevelopment is just too large, and we would not object to a smaller dwelling that would be more appropriate for this site. That's the end of the second statement in objection. And Mr. Chairman, I believe that we have Mr. Giles Moir, who is the agent for this application, to speak in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman and members, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the application on behalf of the applicant InXS. The applicants first engaged with the Council in September 2020, seeking pre-application advice for the redevelopment of the site with a 3.5-storey building. The response to the pre-application submission was positive, with officers acknowledging that the proposal was respectful of the corner location and reflective of developments on similar corner plots within the vicinity of the site. The advice concluded that overall the scheme would provide some necessary enhancements to the corner site. Following receipt of positive pre-application advice, the applicants prepared a formal application which was submitted to the Council in June last year. Throughout the determination of the application, the applicant has responded to and engaged with officers. This has included altering the internal layout of the flats to ensure that no flat has a single outlook towards the adjacent property, so all the flats are dual aspects. In response to the comments from members of the public and the Tiles and Architectural Ceramics Society, the applicant has committed to relocating the Carter tiles from the existing building and using them as a feature on the front elevation of the proposed building. This feature being available for everyone to enjoy and will form part of the street scene of Ashley Road. The proposal will retain an active retail frontage, providing 2 retail units arranged to reflect current retail trends. The retail units could also provide flexibility should a sole occupier wish to take on both units. The building has been designed to address and turn the corner of Ashley Road and Jubilee Road. The 3.5-storey scale of the building reflects the developments at the junction of Ashley Road and Mansfield Road, which is in close proximity to this site. The development at Ashley Road and Mansfield Road demonstrates successfully that a building of 3.5 storeys with a traditional style is an appropriate scale for a corner location, and as related in the pre-application advice, will enhance the corner of the Jubilee Road and Ashley Road. As relayed to you in the officer's presentation, the proposal does not have a harmful impact on the amenity of any neighbouring properties, the closest residential property being circa 20 metres away and in a diagonal line of sight on the adjacent side of the road. The future amenities for residents within the proposed block will include access to the communal courtyard area. The proposal provides a servicing area for the retail units together with secure cycle storage for residents, and you've heard that your highways officers have confirmed that proposed servicing arrangements will not impact on highway safety. With regard to the Council's adopted policies, the site is within a sustainable transport corridor where high density development such as flats are supported. On behalf of the applicants, I hope you're able to support the proposal, which will see the redevelopment of this corner location, which will enhance the overall character and appearance of the area and deliver a mixed-use residential and retail scheme in a sustainable location. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Just to confirm, there are no further statements, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tyler. Okay, members. Councillor Bartlett.
A question of clarification, please. In the report, parking and highways, it says the site offers no parking spaces, offers a bike store. This is acceptable under the current local plan. Could I just clarify if that includes the revised parking SPD. Is this application, does it accord with that new SPD?
Hannah?
I believe we've got from Highways, who's probably better to answer that question.
Yeah. Morning, Lee.
Good afternoon, Even Chair.
Even.
Yes, the proposal at zero parking complies with the BCP Council Parking Standards SPD.
Thank you, Chair. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Lepedevin, please.
Thank you. This is actually in my ward, so you can imagine I've had quite a lot of representations as well as the ones that have been read out. And, well, first of all, a quick question from me to the officer. The amenity space is given as 175 square metres. Is that just the area coloured green on the plan, or is it the whole of that courtyard area, including the turning area for delivery vehicles and bins?
I believe it is the whole of that area at the back.
Right, so the actual green bit that's illustrated with some lollipop trees is considerably less than that. It's less than half, I would say.
I don't have the measurements for the green area. I just have the measurements for the area as a whole.
It looks like less than half, but right, so that clarifies that. So back to the objections, a lot of them are on the website and also the ones I've received. The Carter's tiles is one that's been dealt with, but we've got the agreement that they're going to be preserved, so that's good. The others are the parking and the loss of the retail, specifically the in-excess shop. We've now heard that the parking is in line with policy, so we've protested about the policy in the past as a committee, but we're stuck with it, unfortunately. The retail shop, now this is an application by the shop, essentially. If they wanted to keep the shop as is, they could easily be putting in the application appropriately. I wish they were. That is a very popular shop, very well used. It was very clear when the first lockdown was being lifted what shop along Ashley Road had queues outside almost every time I passed in excess. But that's their commercial decision. It's not something that can be affected by this committee, although, as I say, I regret it. When this application first came in, it made me go and look more closely at the area. Normally, you just see the shop fronts because you're walking along. But I stood back and looked up, and frankly, that corner is, to put it mildly, a mess and very shabby. It is ripe for having action to improve it. The design of these buildings reflects other fairly recent buildings along Ashley Road. The one on the corner of Ashley Road and Victoria Road, it's not Mansfield, it's Victoria, I assume is the one that's being referred to, and also block further down between Leighton Road and Library Road. All that strip is very similar height, very similar appearance. So I think visually it would be an improvement. The question is whether 27 flats is too much. Whether we've heard that they all meet the minimum size requirements, so no argument there. So I'm loath to go to propose that it's accepted, but it's balanced.
Thank you, Councillor Lepedevin. I actually agree with pretty much everything you said there. Spent a bit of time up there yesterday having a look. The hideous top bit of that in excess is absolutely gross. It's a shame it didn't get blown down in the wind, which would have improved it, but there we go. But I think you're absolutely right. It's a really sustainable area, isn't it? There's a bus stop right outside. There is a public car park right behind it as well. So, yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said, but we'll go to some other speakers now. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree the plans before us are a great improvement on what is there, and I am pleased to see, if you like, the improvement to the Jubilee Road frontage, because that's really rather sad and difficult at the moment. I know it's policy, but I am concerned that there is zero parking provided. because although it's on a bus route and although there's plenty of spaces for bicycles, apparently, people will still have their own personal transport now and in the future. Certainly some people won't, and so I would be comfortable with a mix on that. I do feel that parking could have been provided by access from the rear courtyard and using the ground floor, as in fact with the big development opposite the Civic Centre here. The ground floor is in fact parking under the apartments, or most of it is. In general, it's an improvement. What I'm sorry about is our current policies on this issue, and I still feel extremely uncomfortable about those. We are building now and planning now for the next 25 to 50 years, and we should be making sure that what is going in will be appropriate and correct for that time. And I don't think there will be less ownership of personal transport, whether it's cars or whatever they are. People may use them less, but they will still need somewhere to put them whilst they are around. So my only disappointment on this one is that there is no parking provision whatsoever.
Thank you, Councillor Julie. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I mean, I've found this an interesting one, and I've noted the objections. But I must say that although I'm not a great fan of the parking SPD, which many know, it is policy currently, and I look forward to it being reviewed at some stage. I do believe this design improves the character of the street, which, in my humble opinion, deserves improvement, and hopefully this will set a new trend. I think the building has architectural merit. It is on a sustainable travel route, and we can't deny that. I was pleased to learn from the office that air quality assessment is being addressed, which I think is essential on this area. And I would add that the height of the building is similar to the Lloyds Bank on the next corner, which has high ceilings, as do old banks. And for those reasons, I see no reason to refuse this, and I propose a move that we move to accept, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Do I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Dion?
Yeah, happy to second.
Thank you very much. Members, are there any? Councillor Trent?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. There are a few aspects of this development that I am concerned about. I do think the 4th floor is one floor too many. I think besides the next point I'm going to go onto, we do have an air quality issue in the whole of Ashley Road, and actually having a taller building is going to increase that because it traps more air in that area. But on the parking side, I think actually if people dwelling in the flats were offered a discount parking permit for the adjacent car park, that would actually be a very useful thing to do. I don't think that anyone owning the car there would go into the roads that are mentioned in some of the issues that have been raised. But the one thing I think is totally unacceptable here, and the height of the building makes it worse, is the courtyard area. To me, it's going to be permanently in shade. If there's anything growing there, if there's any trees, they're not going to get sunlight. I think, you know, but perhaps the sort of sunniest midsummer day or something, you might get a tiny bit of light into the back of that courtyard area. But I feel that for space for those who are living in the flats, I think that is totally inadequate, and I think it would be addressed to a certain extent by there being one less floor on that development. And of course, the other thing that hasn't been mentioned, but I just think it's bizarre is the lack of affordable housing yet again. But I do think that the height causes two problems from the air quality and the amenity space point of view. And if it was 2 stories and a 3rd story in the roof, then I think it would be a lot more acceptable. As I say, at the moment, I'm just a little bit uncertain on, you know, going as far as 4 stories.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. I'd echo Councillor Trent that out of the 35 letters of objection, then a lack of affordable housing was in there. I heard in the officer's presentation that because of viability, there was no affordable housing, which seems very disappointing for 27 homes that not a single one could actually be made affordable. My question is there any contribution that could be made for affordable housing elsewhere in the area by this particular applicant? My other question, if I may, is that I'm very interested in the conditions in point 13 that looks to have 20% of the predicted energy usage as a renewable. It's an interesting condition because it's not referred to elsewhere in the application, sorry, in the officer's report. But I'm particularly interested to increase our own knowledge here as regards what solutions in this particular proposal and the layout that it's actually got is going to deliver 20% as a renewable for its energy usage are being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Hannah, would you like to come back on that, please?
It's that I'd like to come back on if that's okay.
Yeah, please do.
In regards to condition 8, the air quality assessment, it currently reads that there's no requirement to carry the proposals out with the approved assessment. Obviously, that is to be reviewed and amended so that the development has to be carried out in terms of the approved AQA. In terms of amenity space and daylight issues, this has been assessed and is considered acceptable for the area. There's, I think, points there were raised in terms of the renewable question. I haven't got that information in front of me at the moment to be able to answer that sufficiently.
And if I may, Chair, my question as regards any contribution that's possible towards affordable housing elsewhere in geography.
Yeah, I mean, the assessment, the viability assessment has said that there is none. So.
Thank you, Chair.
From any members? No. Oh, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say that actually I'm completely in support of the move to grant as set out. It's in about as sustainable a location as you will possibly find across our conurbation. I lived along this transport corridor for a year not too long ago, and you can easily commute by bike or by bus to pretty much anywhere else in the conurbation, provided you plan your journey well enough. In terms of the height, I think if this was in the middle, you know, not on a corner, I might have an issue with it. But the fact that it's on a corner and is similar to other corner plots along the road, I can't see an issue as long as the flats are a decent size, which they are. I don't consider this to be cramming in, and so I'm completely in support of the move to grant. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. No further comments. We will go to the move by Councillor O'Neill, seconded by Councillor Brian Deere. Again, for, against, or abstain, please.
Chairman, before you vote, can I just get confirmation that includes the
tweet? Yeah, it was just to confirm that you wanted the tweet to condition 8 to state that the air quality was going to go in on that one, that as Hannah stated earlier. Everyone happy with that? Yep. Thank you very much. So, members, myself, Councillor Kelsey, I am for. Councillor Johnson? For. Councillor Barron? For. Councillor Bartlett? For. Councillor Dion? For. Councillor Davies? For. Councillor Farquhar?
Against.
Councillor Hilliard,
For.
Councillor Lepidobin,
For.
Councillor Trent,
Abstain.
Councillor O'Neill,
For.
Councillor Stribley,
For.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
Thank you very much. Can I have the numbers, please, Joe?
Yes, certainly. Just bear with me one moment while I top those up. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so the number of votes for was 11, the number of votes against was 1, and the number of votes in abstention was 1. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Joe. So therefore that application is granted in line with the officer's recommendation and with the tweak to condition 8. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you for your time and thank you for a very good report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair.
And with that said, I will now adjourn for lunch and we will reconvene at 1:20. So welcome back to this afternoon's session of the BCP Planning Committee. We will move straight back into the agenda at item 6C, which is 19 Glen Eyre Avenue. And Sophie, if you could present, please, that would be brilliant.
Good afternoon. It's not Sophie. I replaced Sophie today.
Dominica.
Dominica, yeah.
Sorry.
Dominica.
I should have realised.
Yeah, that's okay. I will start to present. Just please confirm you can see my slides.
We can, thank you.
Great. Chairman Committee, the application at 19 Glen Eyre Avenue is a household application to demolish existing conservatory and erect an extension. The application has been called into the committee by Councillor Stribley. The application site is located on the southwest eastern side of Glen Eyre Avenue. The area is residential in character. The site is occupied by a two-story detached house with driveway for 2 cars to the front and conservatory and outbuilding, detached outbuilding to the rear. The proposal is to erect the extension to the rear and sides that will be well set back from the front elevation of the house and therefore not readily apparent in the street scene. It will be single-story flat roof construction that will be subservient to the existing dwelling and will preserve residential character and appearance of the street scene and the wider area. Due to its, actually maybe here, due to its height that is approximately 3.1 meter and the proposed extension would not materially harm amenities and privacy of the neighbors in terms of overlooking, loss of light, daylight, loss of outlook, nor appear overbearing. We have received four representations raising objections regarding to harm to amenities and privacy of number 15 and 17. As we can see on the plan, distance between number 15 and proposed extension is adequate to not cause any harm, and number 17 as well. On the right-hand side, we can see kitchen window of number 17 facing the application site. On the left-hand side photo, we can see another window serving that kitchen. And thinking about scale of this extension, just 3.1 meter high, which is lower than the existing conservatory, closer to the boundary but lower, it would not be considered as materially harmful for amenity of this neighbor. For those reasons, this application is recommended for approval.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tyler.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, just to confirm that there are no public statements in support or objection to this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to members. No, there's not. Otherwise, I would have invited them to do so. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just confirm Councillor Stribley's position? Obviously, she called in and it is saying it may be, it doesn't say in report, it may be unneighbourly. It says unneighbourly overbearing. Is that not predetermination?
It is a difficult one. What is your position, Councillor Stribley?
Thank you, Chairman. I have visited the site and obviously spoken to the neighbours who object because it is within my ward. I have listened to their concerns and advised them that the grounds for objection would be because it's, in their opinion, unneighbourly and overbearing. At no time have I suggested to them that I would either vote for it or against it. I'm always extremely careful on that issue.
Okay. I'm going to remind members again, I seem to be doing it quite a lot lately, about this area of call-ins for members of the planning board. It's very, very difficult, and you do put yourselves open to a lot of conjecture and things when you do so. I know we have ward councillors, and unfortunately in your ward, both of you sit on the planning board. It is very difficult. So we do have to be very mindful of public transparency and public opinion on things.
Chairman, if I could add to this one, I called it in because I was assured by the objectors that either they would be present or they would ask their planning consultant to speak on their behalf. That's why I thought the gentleman sitting there was probably
no one has booked in to speak.
In that case, I am disappointed that they haven't. I felt they did have a right to address the committee as they felt so strongly on the issue. But I am disappointed that they have apparently chosen not so to do.
So we'll move on then in that case. Does anyone have any comments on this application? Councillor Bartlett, followed by Councillor Trent, please.
Yeah, I'm still slightly quite concerned about what Councillor Stribley has just said. And the question I got is the overbearing view, your view, or is it the view of the people that are objecting? Okay.
Councillor Trent.
Yeah, I share a little bit of concern that you do have a lot of team-member wards, in fact most are team members, and there are wards that have got more than one member on planning, which is going to cause this dilemma on a regular basis. And a future reference, I think it might be useful to have some kind of guidelines as to if you are in a position where you are a ward councillor on the planning committee but also need to call it in, whether there's a guidance as to how you do that and stay on the right side of predetermination. I think that'd be very, very helpful for members of this committee.
Yep, point taken in. Totally agree with you. But going back to this application, would anyone like to actually speak on it? Councillor Bartlett, followed by Councillor Stribley.
Yeah, I mean, I really can't see any reasons why this should not be approved. I don't see it being a barrier. It's almost within permitted development allowances. It's just very, very marginal outside of that. So I really can't see any material reason why it should be refused. So I will propose to approve it. Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you, and thank you. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. Perhaps I can expand slightly on the concerns of the neighbours to the north in this particular instance, in that this proposal, although it is single storey against them, appears to be right on the boundary, and there is a boundary wall along there which is owned by the property to the north by the objectors, and they are extremely concerned that it appeared, looking at the plans, that the development would in effect take down part of their wall and would become part, and the new development itself would become part of the boundary, and they are very concerned that that should not happen. They are also concerned that it creates a new entrance because there is to be a doorway to that, a new side entrance to the property, which doesn't exist at the moment and is immediately adjacent, just the other side of the wall, to their front door and their main entrance. That is really their concern, that they are concerned with the additional activity that will be literally adjacent to their front door, which currently all the properties along there have their doors to the right-hand side, and the left-hand side is clear, so they are, if you like, private between them. So that really is their main concern. I did point out that that was probably not a sufficient reason for refusal. In the street scene, my only moderate concern is that this closes the gap between the properties. As you look down from the road, there is a spaciousness between the properties, and this will, in effect, help to fill that gap that currently exists. But in planning terms, I have to accept that there are probably insufficient strong reasons for refusal. And I have certainly made no suggestion to the objectors that they would achieve a refusal. I only advised them what they could do to make their opinion heard, and I have tried to do that on their behalf.
Councillor Lepidavin, followed by Councillor Trent, please.
Thank you. I've got very little to say, except when I read this application, I thought, why on earth has this been called in, frankly? I can't see any problem with it. I'm very surprised that they consider that the boundary wall is that number 17 has that wall, because the normal practice is that it's the boundary on your left looking from the road. So I would have thought that boundary might be number 19, but I don't know.
No,
but I can't see any problems with this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Trent?
Yeah, I've got to say that I had similar thoughts to Councillor Lepidavin when I saw this application on the plans list, because there are several applications in the area I represent that are very similar that, you know, I think, you know, they're almost but not quite permitted development. And there have been other ones that, fortunately, the officer's decision has gone the way I was kind of hoping. But, you know, there are people taking it further and putting up granny annexes in their garden and things like that, which I think is sort of marginal. But I do think that this is something that doesn't strike me as a particular problem. And as I say, it's very, very close to permitted development. So, you know, I've just got to support it.
Thank you, Chair. I agree that the general rule of with Councillor Lepidavin is that the general rule of thumb is that it wouldn't be the fence responsibility for them, but it's marked on the plans as a fence as opposed to a wall. So my question is, because the proposed use is to be a utility room, and you can see on the plans that there are footings, is there any concern that the footings for the construction or the pipe work that may well be necessary to serve the utility room would affect the fence, which is a wall? You know, it's marked as a fence on the plan, but I can understand that would affect the footings of the actual wall or fence, whatever the boundary is.
Yeah, Dominica.
I would say, Chairman, I would say about privacy issue. Yes, Councillor Stribley mentioned door proposed to the front of this extension. However, it's not the main door. It's a door serving utility. Floor plan. I just wanted. Oh, that's the utility room. So the main entrance is still from another side of the house. The other thing is there are already existing windows to the side, so I would not consider that as a loss of privacy. First of all, boundary treatment, it's civil matter, as long as it's within ownership of the applicant. That can be, like has been said, that can be built under permitted development, right? As long as it's 3 meters high and it's only 10 centimeters higher. Gaps between buildings, again, permitted developments allow to build single-story side extensions, so we have quite a strong fallback position in this situation. Same with overbearing impact, as long as it's 3 meters within 2 meters from the boundary, that would be allowed. We have proposed 3.1, which is still 10 centimeters higher, and yeah, that would not be considered really materially harmful for the amenity in terms of overbearing impact.
Thank you, Dominica. Councillor Barron, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Looking at the plan that's on the screen now, it looks to me that number 17's wall of their property is actually, that's on the boundary, and then the other side of the road, would it be number 12? That looks like there's another wall, you know, actually on the boundary. So it's not like the road, this doesn't happen. I mean, it's just, it actually happens with the neighbour. And according to Councillor Stripley, that's one of the people that objected, which I don't really understand their objection when they're basically doing their properties in the same sort of position. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is just, it's a very simple one. There is absolutely no reason to refuse this whatsoever. The loss of privacy argument, there can't be one because there's no windows overlooking the site. Loss of privacy is when you've got people who can look into your garden, and you absolutely cannot do this. It's a wall that's ever so slightly higher than what they'd be allowed to put there, and we'd be able to do absolutely nothing about it. With regard to the new entrance, it's currently a path into the garden. So it's already used, there's already activity going down there. And with a new entrance in there, it means that people will be inside and therefore causing much less disturbance all the sooner. So there's absolutely no reason to refuse this whatsoever. And I say we end a bit there and put it straight to the vote, because otherwise I think we're just wasting our time. Thank you, Chair.
I may have misheard, but I think I heard the officer say it was 2.8 metres from the boundary. If you look at the plan view, it may only be a representation, but when you look at the plan view for the utility room, the wall of the utility room to what is marked as the boundary fence looks like just inches. Can we establish under permitted development how close to that boundary marker, whatever is constructed with wall or fence, are you allowed to do it for permitted development, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So even under PD, you could go right up to the boundary, provided that you're within your own red line plan.
Four.
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 Mr. Chairman, sorry to interrupt. Democratic Services here. I think your microphone was off during that vote, so I was unable to hear the roll call.
It was unanimous. Sorry, I did make a note as we went forward. My apologies, Joe, but it was unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, members, so that application is granted as per the officer's recommendations. We will now move on to the final application for the afternoon, and that is item 6D, which is 55 Cliff Road. And could Rebecca please present her screen? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Afternoon, Rebecca.
Screen. Can you see my screen?
We can indeed, thank you.
Perfect. So today I'll be presenting 55 Cliff Drive, and they propose a demolition of existing and construct a replacement dwelling. This application was called in by Councillor May Haynes. So the application site is located in Camford Cliffs, and it's within a residential area where there are detached dwellings, mostly with large plots. Some have been subdivided in recent years. In the aerial view, we can see that the application site is located at least 300 meters from Camford Cliffs Beach, and there are local amenities and commercial units on Haven Road to the north of the site. So the site photos, here we can see there is an existing bungalow with roof accommodation, and towards the south, coming from the south of the application, there is screening from the trees. So the photo on the left was taken during winter, where there's still leaves on the trees which screen the existing dwelling. On the photo to the top left is the side of the property, which is adjacent to the northern boundary treatment. And the other photos are the surrounding garden space within the application site, where there's mature planting, there's trees and green space. So on the site plan, we have the outline. So the blue dotted outline is the existing property, which is 1.9 meters from the north boundary treatment. So the replacement dwelling would be set at least 2.4 meters from the boundary treatment. So this, I would like to mention in paragraph 23, it mentioned that the replacement dwelling would be 1.9 meters. It would actually be 2.4 meters from the boundary treatment. On the site plan, we have the TPO trees on the south boundary treatment, which would be retained, given the site is within a TPO area. There's a replacement tree to the north, to the east of the site, which is secured by condition. And the tree officer supports this application, stating that it will retain the TPO trees and will not harm the trees on site because of the replacement dwelling. The highways officer observed the application and concluded that the existing access and to the east of the site and south of the site would be retained, and parking provisions and highway safety are acceptable. There is also bin presentation on the application site to the east, which was found acceptable by waste collection authority. Sorry. On the east elevation, we can see the existing dwelling has a traditional pitched and gabled roof form, and this would with accommodation at the within the roof, and this would change to a 3-story property, flat roofed, more of a contemporary design, with wide windows to the front elevation, so the east side, with a garage on the ground floor. And there would be a balcony on the second floor with the view of the public realm. Therefore, no overlooking would be caused from the east elevation. As we note, the distance between the northern boundary treatment, it would be 2.4 meters on the ground floor, and then it would change to 3.4 meters on the first floor, and then to 7.6 meters on the second floor. This is to ensure there's no overshadowing, loss of light to number 57 north of the site. On the north elevation, we can see the pitched and gabled roof again, but this will change to flat roof. And there's an existing window facing number 57, although this would be removed, and an obscure glazed window would be secured by condition, just to ensure there's no loss of privacy. And also on the second floor, there will be a 1.8 meter privacy screening facing number 57. On the west elevation, this is facing Sunderland on Boldley Road. On the proposed plan, we see again 2.3 treatment, and then here towards the back, the side back of the property and the rear of the property would be, the first floor would be set in further 1 meter away, so it would maintain 4.4 meters from the north boundary treatment, just to ensure there's no overbearingness or overshadowing. On the west elevation, we can also see obscure glazing on the first floor and 1.8 meter privacy screening on the first floor and the second floor, just to prevent overlooking Sunderland or the properties to the north. On the south elevation, and this is facing Boldley Road, we have the large windows which utilize natural sunlight during the day, which is quite sustainable. And also on the on the first floor and the second floor, there would be no use of 1.8 meters privacy screen because it would be facing the public realm. There would not be any overlooking or loss of privacy. On the proposed ground floor, we can see there's the cycle parking, which would be within the garage space, which Highways found was adequate. And on the proposed first floor, the terrace is located on the first floor with the 1.8 privacy screen can be seen clearly on here. So to the north and the west of the site. And this on the first floor, we can see the setback from towards the rear of the property. So the 4 meters from the boundary treatment and 3.4 towards the front elevation. The proposed second floor would be set within the first floor, so it would be of a small scale and small size, and there would be 1.8 privacy screening here again on the north and the west of the terrace proposed on the second floor. The flat roof towards the north of the second floor would be conditioned not to be used as a balcony or any similar amenities. On the street scene, this is on views from Cliff Drive. The replacement dwelling would maintain 7.9 meters from the neighbouring property number 57 Cliff Drive, and with similar ridge height. Okay. On Boldley Road, the replacement dwelling would maintain 7 meters from the Sunderling on Boldley Road. And also we can see the mass and bulk are quite similar in relation to the neighbouring properties, along with the ridge height of the proposed dwelling. So the relationship with the neighbouring properties, here we can see the number 57. So this would be north of the site. So number 57 north of the site. The picture below was taken from the application site, where we can see mature vegetation planting on the neighbouring site, and also on Sunderling. The photo at the bottom of the screen to your right, we can see the high level vegetation, mature planting, which again are within the shared boundary treatment, but also located on the neighbouring site, which would ensure screening from the application site. Sorry. So this here is a 3D view taken from the daylight, sunlight and overshadowing assessment report, which was submitted to support this application. This was to investigate the loss of sunlight overshadowing that the concerns that were raised in the previously refused application. It was found that there is negligible impact to number 57 due to the distance and between the two properties. The surrounding area, we can see there's a use of there is similar architectural design, there is contemporary. There's contemporary dwellings, flat roof at number 32A Cliff Drive, and number 30 Cliff Drive. There is the use of different materials and different appearance from a more traditional outlook. And there is on Sky on Boldley Road, and this is also flat roof, with similar architectural design as the proposed dwelling. So given there is the proposed dwelling would be of a similar architectural design as the surrounding properties, it would respect the amenities and privacy of neighbouring properties. There is significant distance and between the immediate neighbouring properties to mitigate overlooking, loss of outlook, and also overbearingness. Parking and highways were found adequate. There will be no harm to the TPO trees within proximity of the application of the proposed scheme. And also it is, therefore, the application is for approval. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tyler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For this application, we have one speaker in objection, one in support, and the Ward Councillor May Haynes is on the call to address the committee. Starting with the speaker in objection, we have Mr. and or Mrs. Goodfield to speak in person, and I'd be grateful if the images supplied earlier this week could possibly be shown on the big screen. Thank you very much.
You have 5 minutes, yeah. Yeah. If you just press that little button in front of you, then you want to speak.
Hello, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. We believe since the development has not materially improved and is made worse by the addition of the third floor, it continues to fail to comply with PP 27(1)(c) on the grounds of having an unacceptable, overbearing and oppressive impact on our property, as highlighted by the previous refusal. By contrast, the current arrangement of houses works well, with living areas each having southerly outlooks leading out onto terraces, as shown on the left. This works because the properties are slightly offset and because of the north-south orientation of the ridge roof on number 55. The diagram on the right shows how the bulk and mass would more than double under this development. The proposal also breaks the relationship between the houses by extending back across the entire depth of our house, apart from the garage, and would reach the trees in the corner of the plot. Even before considering the addition of the third story, this would create an oppressive barrier close to and along the full depth of our back garden and living area. Next slide, please. This slide shows how the impact of changing to a flat roof, the increase in depth, and the addition of the third story makes the proposed development oppressive and overbearing. The overbearing would be even worse for people sitting in the garden where the full 9.4 metre high third story would tower over them. We believe the planning officer's report understates the impact of the increased depth as it uses ground floor measurements, whereas for us the main impact is from the first floor and above. Next slide, please. At first floor level, the average depth is only 4.5 metres due to the pitched roof, as shown on the left. The proposed development with its flat roof would increase the depth by a factor of 3. In addition, the first floor would move forward to 3 metres from the end of our back garden, making it much closer than the typical back-to-back distances between houses in this part of Camford Cliffs. 3 factors determining the oppressiveness of a development are its size, separation and relative location. And whilst compromising on any one of these factors might be acceptable, this development would be too big, too close and directly in front of our living area, making it excessively oppressive and overbearing. Next slide, please. Overshadowing would also be an issue. The applicant's daylight assessment shows an average reduction in sunlight of up to 36% in our living areas during autumn-winter. This slide illustrates the increase in overshadowing and loss of light at midday throughout the year. The diagram on the right portrays how this will entirely shade our living areas at midday during winter, increasing our reliance on artificial light, reducing passive solar heating and increasing our use of fossil fuels. Next slide, please. The principle of replacing the existing dwelling with a modern building is sound. In our opinion, the plot is easily big enough for a modern 4-bed detached house without building such a large structure so close to our back garden. Both Camford Cliffs Land Society and Branscombe Park and Camford Cliffs Residents Associations have also opposed this development, saying it's too large, too close to the neighbours and overbearing. Planning officer reports that the overbearing impact previously identified would be the same and potentially increased due to the increased height and scale now proposed, and will increase the bulk of development on the site visible from this neighbour. We believe since the development has not materially improved, it continues to fail to comply with PP 27(1)(c) on the grounds of having an unacceptable overbearing and oppressive impact on our property, as highlighted by the previous refusal. And so we ask the committee to refuse this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We now have Mr. David James, the architect, to speak in support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and councillors. Thank you for your time today, afforded for me to speak to the committee. I'm David James. I'm a local architect. I've been here for 22 years and I've built most of the developments in and around Canford Cliffs. My designs have not only won national awards, but they've also won international design awards and Pool of Pride of Place awards. In this area, normally we would be looking at doing a subdivision of this plot. That's typical of what's taking place in that locality. We don't have that in front of us today. We have here a single dwelling looking for a replacement dwelling for a family to live. There was a case before you that was refused on two grounds. One was being oppressive to 57 and one was on tree grounds. We worked with the case officer and we made changes along the way with this planning application, and we've come to a conclusion that it is now fit for purpose. The officer supports this application before you and it has been scrutinised quite successfully. If I had designed this with a traditional design, it would have had a big pitch roof on, it would be larger and the massing would be greater. We have negated that and gone for a flat roof design, which is a small element right at the top of the building, set far away from the neighbours. Not only have we done that, we've also modulated the relationship of the proposed building in relationship to 57 to ensure that there is no overbearing. The slides that were shown before you were not taken in perspective. Those drawings were just shown as flat colour on the boundary fence. Just to remind you, the case officer made sure that we were 4.4 to 7.5 metres away from the boundary, which is commensurate with that locality and gives significant space between us and the boundary area. Not only that, we've also put in a full light study by an independent consultant. Not something I've done. I don't have the details to do that. We got a light expert and they've come up with a report that shows that there's no harm to 57. And this is something that your case officer demanded. So there's proof that this will not cause harm to number 57 and there will be no loss of light to that dwelling. There's no overlooking. We're actually taking a window away. Right now you can stand there and look into their lounge and into their garden. We are taking that away. So that is an improvement in the relationship to number 57 as well. What I would really strongly recommend is that you follow your case officer's report. I think it's sound. It's been robust. It's challenged us along the way, and we've made amendments and listened to the concerns that were raised. The architectural language in that locality is of a contemporary nature. It is of 3 stories, and I believe that this accords with that locality. Regarding trees, we've addressed all the issues with regards to trees, and there was no objection regarding tree issues for the site. Therefore, I ask you today to follow the officer's recommendation and grant planning permission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And Councillor May Haynes.
Thank you, Chair. Are you ready for me to speak?
We are.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Committee, the application site is Village, where there are properties of differing styles. In the main, most of the properties are of a traditional style with render and pitched roofs. Now, the proposal before you is of a contemporary style with a flat roof. In paragraph 19 of the case officer's report, it is stated that there are several properties of a similar design, i.e. 32A and 30 Cliff Drive, 7 Maxwell Road and Skye on Bodley Road. Of these 4 examples that have been cited, Sky on Bodley Road is of a very similar style to the proposal before you, and 32A does have a flat roof. The other 2 that have been cited actually use contemporary materials, but actually have pitched roofs. Now, within the enclave of properties bounded by the northern section of Cliff Drive extending east to Maxwell Road and west to Bessborough Road, there are approximately 40 single dwellings. I did a very quick count, of which only 2 are of a similar design to the proposal, i.e. flat roof with contemporary material. So that's approximately 4% of the properties. So while it's acknowledged that properties in this immediate area are changing, some aspects such as pitch roofs are still very representative of the design and character, and therefore predominantly that is the style that is the prevailing character there. And closure 11, I'm probably not referring to the correct reference there, but it's the street scene that the case officer actually did show, the one that actually has the aspect from Cliff Drive. Does illustrate this point. The height of the proposal may be no higher than the apex of the roofs of the neighbouring properties, but due to the massing, the proposal does not sit comfortably within the setting. I also want to point out that actually, I think number 53 is in one of the street scene drawings, and number 53 is actually a block of flats, and so therefore it's probably not really reasonable to compare that to the size of a single dwelling. Paragraph 23 made an interesting read. The previous scheme was refused due to the citing scale, mass, height and bulk, which raised concerns regarding to the loss of outlook, loss of light and overshadowing, which has actually been discussed both by the applicant's agent as well as the case officer. Now, instead of seeking to address these issues, the scheme before you has not made any reduction to the bulk, as the objector has actually pointed out, from the previously refused scheme. It now has an additional floor added, making the bulk and massing even greater. What was considered unacceptable due to bulk, massing and height is now deemed acceptable with the addition of another floor. So a rather bizarre situation, I would say, and inconsistent with the previous reason for refusal. Chairman, members of the Planning Committee, you're charged with making decisions based on relevant planning policies and also, importantly, to ensure consistency of decision making. To be consistent, this application should therefore be refused on the same grounds as previously due to bulk, height and massing, and it is contrary to policy PP27C of the pool local plan. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes. Members, who would like to kick off on this one? Councillor Trent, followed by Councillor Hilliard, please.
Thank you, Chair. The first thing that struck me about this this application was actually mentioned by the applicant himself in his spiel, and that's that I would normally expect a corner site like this for the application to be for erection of a block of 4 flats or whatever. And I think the fact that it's 1 for 1, it's a single dwelling for a single dwelling, I think takes a lot of the sting out of the tail. The other thing I think is quite important in all of this is the illustration where the outline of the existing sort of bungalow type thing against the artist's impression of the application. And I think that actually demonstrates a very similar height. I think the actual style of the building is down to personal taste, but I think the fact that it's a 1 for 1, I think is unusual and makes it far more acceptable. And personally, I don't see any problems staring out from what's in front of us.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Hilliard, please.
Thank you, Chair. It would be useful, please, if we could see
some comparison from the refused application to what we've got proposed in front of us, because I was looking at the plans and the street scenes, in particular the street scene and the east elevation, and apart from an additional story, I cannot see any difference in the bulk. And I'm referring to section 24 of the report, and again it says, however, the overbearing impact previously identified would be the same and potentially increased due to the increased height and scale now proposed, making the judgment more finely balanced. So if the officer could just come, if you've got any comparison documents, that would be appreciated. I can't see any difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a comparison, please?
I'll just get that up on the screen. Thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can. Thank you, Rebecca. Rebecca, are you actually talking? Because it would appear you may be on mute.
I may have misunderstood. So would you like to see the previously refused?
Yes, please.
Oh,
yeah.
Could I just have 5 minutes, please?
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll move on. If anyone else is waiting to speak, give you a chance to pull that in. Thank you. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. Again, it's back to this measures for future energy predictions to be offset by a percentage by on-site renewables. In this particular case, it says in condition 9, page 128, is that it's only 10% of the future energy usage from on-site renewables. Why have we got a lack of ambition to this particular contemporary design? Because I would have thought for a contemporary building, we wanted to be moved more towards renewable solutions for the energy consumption, as opposed to moving backwards.
Thank you, Chair. Well, at the moment, we don't have a specific policy that would cover that off. So it is an aspiration and a desire, and we can only deal with what we've got in front of us at the moment. So that's just a difficult one to cover off.
I think as time moves forward with the local plan, etc., when that comes in, that'll be the time for us to add in those requirements. At the moment, we can only ask the applicants to do what they feel they can do at this moment in time. Yep. Okay. Councillor Barron.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I was going to ask for a comparison, so we'll just wait for that also. But I really do appreciate Mr. Goodfield's objection. I really do. In the property that I owned a few years ago, next door had a planning application approved, and it was 3 stories, but it was on the boundary, so it literally butted my drive. The shadowing was much worse than what's proposed here. But I'd just like to say that I really do appreciate your concerns. But as a design, I actually really like it. I think it's a high-end design, and it's an attractive building. I appreciate that's not probably what you want to hear, Mr. Goodfield, but that's my feelings on it, really. I'll wait to see the comparisons to the refused, but at the moment I can't really see any reason for refusal. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Stribley.
Chairman, we used to have a planning policy in this area where you couldn't cover the site with couldn't cover more than a third of the site with building. Do we have any indication of how much of the site is covered with this building? Because it is an area, yes, of large detached family homes, as well as quite a lot of flats, but they do have good amenity space between them, and it is a different area, a different context to elsewhere within the borough.
Yeah, we'll just wait for the officer to get up and come back. Okay. Okay. Rebecca, I believe you're ready to come back to us now.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
So this is the previously refused streets scene. And here we have the east elevation. And the site plan, the previously refused site plan.
Becca, could you just confirm that the coverage of this application is similar to the existing or similar to that of the previous one as well?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
The actual footprint of this building, of the new application, what is that compared to the existing and the previous one, please?
Just give me a moment, please.
Thank you. I think on the new one, it's similar to that of the previously refused one, but it's obviously bigger than the. Yeah, it's bigger height-wise, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
I would say that it's bigger than the existing.
Massively bigger, but it is slightly bigger, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll carry on. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I actually do find this design attractive and acceptable. There is an evolving mix of properties and designs in this area. I think the design, height and scale is acceptable. I would have said no if it hadn't been for the third floor sensitively set back as it has been. And I think that actually is quite a material consideration. The other thing that I do pick out is the position of the windows is, I think, well considered and sound for the site and the aspect with the other properties. So I will, on the balance, be moving to approve this application. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Barron.
I'll be happy to second that.
Thank you. You're happy with making the move, Councillor O'Neill? Yeah. Councillor Hilliard, please.
Thank you, Chair. Could I ask Rebecca to call that the previous refused application side elevation and the east picture you had, and then flip to the same we're proposing now? Because as I said before, I can't see any difference, apart from the extra height. I can't see any difference in the actual building. Thank you.
Just all in a slide, and then I can show them.
I think the main difference is the fact that it's set right back compared to where the other one was. It sort of goes up and then it goes back and up again, whereas the other one was in line almost.
Thanks for that, Chair. But what as I said, from the pictures, the indicative street scene from which are on the website, I was flipping between the two and they were exactly the same. So what 57 would see, I can't see any difference between what refused. They would see exactly the same, the impact. So yeah, but we'll see what I see.
Yep. Coming in, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I need to swallow before I speak there. In my opinion, when I look at this and I read the call in, the issue that I have with part of it is that when it's talking about the height and the bulk, etc., and the coverage of the plot, and you look at then the neighbouring properties, you look at the property to what I believe is the west, Sanderling or whatever it's called, clearly has a much higher ratio of built form to plot size. It covers almost all of its plot just by itself. Whereas with this one, even with the enlarged building, there's a much greater area of green space, and there's a lot of planting in there that will cover off a great deal of the view of the property from certainly from the west, from Sanderling. I do appreciate the concerns of number 57, but they're mitigated for me somewhat by the fact that there will only be one very small, obscure glazed window that looks out onto their property, and the rest of the property has been designed very sympathetically, in my opinion, to erase any other possibility of overlooking. Everything else that's not obscure glazed is facing away and onto the road and onto their own garden. So in terms of the bulk and the massing, all the properties around there are of a similar height, scale and size. And so I'm a little concerned about perhaps saying that the corner plot can't have a house as big as the neighbouring ones, because I just don't see that. I just don't see that making a particular deal of sense. And with regard to the previous refusal, we are here to look at the officer's recommendation and decide as to whether or not we agree with it. Now, if the previous one had been in, I reckon I'd have had a word to say or two about any recommendation for refusal about that, given that it is smaller. If the trees weren't dealt with as well, then there's obviously that to take into consideration. But regardless, what I can see in front of me, I can't see any reason to refuse it. I think it's very well designed. I think it will fit in because the properties that are almost directly opposite it are mostly of a contemporary design. They might have slightly pitched roofs, but the vast majority of the frontage looks very, very similar. So I, for one, I certainly can't see any reason to refuse it, and I will be going along with the motion as on the table. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Johnson has just made all the points I was about to make. The only thing I would add to that is that the building has been moved away from the northern boundary. It's a good separation between the Sanderling, so it's well positioned within the site. It's in proportion to the site, and along with the other properties in the area, I think it's a suitable size for the plot, and also the heights are compatible with the buildings to the west, and the height issue with regard to number 57 has been mitigated because of the positioning of the third story and setting it back, which I think really accommodates the concerns that have been expressed. So I agree with Councillor Johnson and Councillor O'Neill that there are no reasons to refuse.
Okay, next, Councillor Bartlett. I'll just come back quickly before I bring Rebecca back in on your point about a previous policy with size coverage. The policy actually is PP27, and it says development will be permitted providing that where relevant, it A, reflects or enhances local patterns of development and neighbouring buildings in terms of layout and siting, including building line and built site coverage. It doesn't actually say anything specific about the proportion of the site to be covered. Yeah. Okay. Rebecca, would you like to come in now, please?
Yes, sure. I can share my screen. Yeah. They previously refused the view from Boldley Road. And the proposed at the bottom of the screen. And the previously refused at the top of the screen, with the proposed at the bottom of the screen. And Councillor, I would like to mention the previously refused application. The officer determined the outlook of the proposed development would be in keeping with the character and appearance of the area.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for that, Rebecca, because looking at it now, it's identical. It's the proposed has another floor, but the separation distance is the same to 57. And what the reasons for refusal about scale and mass are still there in my, I can't see what has changed. Thank you.
Rebecca?
I would say the proposal hasn't changed significantly, although it was supported with the report assessing the daylight, the sunlight overshadowing, which were found to be acceptable. And we would say that the proposed development would not cause any loss of visual amenity because of the setback position. And also it would be set at least 8 meters from the habitable rooms from number 57, and therefore will not really have any undue impact on their amenities.
Okay. Everyone done enough? Yeah. I actually will support the move to grant this. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to come back to the policy itself, PP 27, because if you look at PP 27 subparagraph C, if you read the whole paragraph, it's really relating the impact on amenities of both local residents and future occupiers, considering levels of sunlight and daylight. It goes on to privacy, noise, vibration, etc. Now, what's changed now is we've got the report on the daylight, which wasn't available before, and this has then combated the objection on which the earlier refusal was based.
Yeah.
And therefore, I believe that we are now in a different situation because we have different evidence, and that I think in itself does still lead me to the conclusion that this is an acceptable proposal and should be approved.
Thanks, Councillor Bartlett. So, Councillor Barron?
I'll just explain one thing which made me sort of be in favour of this, is the house down Bodley Road, Skye. It's a very, very similar design. It really is. I also find that an attractive house as well, but that was something that really, so when Councillor Haynes talked about being predominantly pitched roofs, and I mean, I know Camper Cliffs very well. I went to Camper for lunch the other day, so I know it very well, and it is a real mix around there. There's plenty of flat roof properties, plenty of flat roof 3-storey properties, and I think it's on a decent sized plot. Thank you.
Obviously paying you far too much if you can afford to go to lunch in Camper Cliffs. Okay, members, back to serious business. Yeah, I mean, I will support the move to grant this. I had a really good look around in the pouring rain yesterday and looked at it from all different angles. And the property next door, I really like, with their big windows and everything. I really like the design of that. I like the design of the properties on the opposite side of the road and around the corner as well. And I don't think this is going to cause a problem. I think now that we have that sunlight shading report, I think that's really valuable to us. I think if it was going to be, I'd be really sort of like, no, I don't like blocking out people's light and things. I don't think it's a good planning role to do. So I will support this one, and hopefully it will get built and there'll be no problems for the neighbours there. So members, we do have a move from Councillor O'Neill. I can't remember who made the move now. Councillor O'Neill, and seconded by Councillor Barron. So all those in favour, please say, and I will call your names in turn. Myself, Councillor Kelsey, 4. Councillor Johnson, 4. Councillor Barron,
4.
Councillor Bartlett,
4.
Councillor Dion,
Against.
Councillor Davies,
4.
Councillor Farquhar, 4. Councillor Hilliard,
Against.
Councillor Lepedevin,
4.
Councillor Trent, 4. Councillor O'Neill,
4.
And Councillor Stribley.
Against.
Councillor Lawton. 4. Thank you very much. Joe, could I have the numbers, please?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. So there were a total number of votes, 10 for, the motion, and there were 3 votes against. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Therefore, that application is granted in line with the officer's recommendations. Thank you very much for those that have come along to speak about that application this afternoon. Thank you very much. Members, that is the final item on today's agenda. So I will not ask you all to stay behind for a catch-up session, but we will get informed soon as to any extra meetings that may need to come forward. Won't we, Artemis?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hopefully not too many.
Yeah, but not yet. A few weeks' time. Okay, so members, that's the end of the meeting today. Thank you.